Well, the temperature has been raised at Hoylake.
Just listen to the applause as Tiger makes his way to the first tee. Everybody else seems to be frenetic and frantic, but he's trying to look absolutely cool and calm. And he has been able, in the past, to keep his concentration when many other players would easily lose it.
We call it Vincent Mark Rowe from the entourage behind. He's working for Radio 5 Live. Remember, he was due to play with Tiger about 3 years ago. The infamous card.
That's exactly right. For a moment, Sandra Mackenzie would come into our commentary box, but saw we were on air and has disappeared. Don't know quite why.
She's texted. She's always texting.
DiMarco from the rough. 203 yards, 5-iron for DiMarco, and he's come up short.
This wind is going to play tricks.
Well, it's not a wind that they've... well, it's actually coming from the normal direction, but I mean, it's stronger than it's been all week. That's the difference. Els. Won't lack support today, and the Els.
Easy. Easy.
Safely on the green. That's what you've got to make sure of doing. Get the second shot on the green. Don't drop shots. Get the second shot on the green, and maybe now and again you'll roll one in for a birdie. But if you start attacking the pins, which are in awkward positions, and you miss the greens, you're liable to drop shots like confetti at a wedding.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final game of the 135th Open Championship. On the tee from Spain, Sergio Garcia.
Well, Garcia representing the main European challenge here at Liverpool today. Sergio's round of the day yesterday, 7 under, was his career best in a major. 65 yesterday for... and he is psyching himself up. He knows it's going to be tough. He's playing with the world #1. But he's got to believe he can do it. Perfect.
On the tee from USA, the defending champion, Tiger Woods.
Best line is down the right-hand side. The pin is on the left today. No Tiger.
Long iron, sticking to the game plan.
And he tees up in these majors always with the pressure of knowing that he's the favourite, that everyone is trying to beat him. I wonder how he manages to shut out the noise of the crowd.
Well, his late father, Earl Woods, used to make loud noises, and nothing could change when Tiger was growing up.
This man was born to play golf, born to win majors, and he's won 10 of them already. And he doesn't like any support either. There won't be a great deal spoken between Tiger and Sergio Garcia, I suspect, as they play around. They're both focusing on their own games. They'll ignore each other.
Everyone talks about 99 when Sergio hit that great shot,
and then ran up a hill.
But they didn't actually play together.
They didn't. No, this is the first time I think that they've played together. They certainly went in contention.
Yeah.
It looks the part, Garcia. Can you see him with the claret jug? Or can you see Tiger with it? Or can you see Ernie Els with it? Or Cabrera?
Who knows? I could see.
Or Tanihara?
I could see Sergio in the rough, and we're not able to see him. Because the rough is about the same colour as his outfit.
Steve's just come and he's going away again because Sandra Mackenzie Wood is coming in as we watch Ernie Els at the first. This would be an opportunity to catch Tiger quickly, but he's going to get his par. Steve isn't going away, in actual fact. I am. No wonder Steve's laughing.
Well, it's been a long 4 days.
Yeah. Here's Sandra Mackenzie Wood.
Par for Ernie Els, safely on his way. I don't know, I think 67 would be a winning score for anyone of the leading contenders. Adam Scott. Yes. Afternoon, Sandy.
Afternoon, Steve, and I am so looking forward to some of these matchups today, to see Tiger Woods and Sergio playing together, two of the most exciting players in the sport. But this is DiMarco on one.
Left his approach short, chipped up to here. The sort of start that you would have hoped for. On Friday was his low round. In with Miguel Jimenez. Carry on, I'm looking for him.
This is Tiger Woods. Second shot into this first green. Just having a change of club. A little bit of breeze picking up out there at the moment. You can see the shirt flapping. Probably the most breeze we've had all week.
Definitely. Certainly, that was Sean O'Hare playing with Miguel Jimenez, but we saw him out. Really don't know why. Anyway, let's concentrate on the real action.
Just to make sure he gets this on the green. This pin tucked 24 on. It's just 5 from the left-hand side. It's coming in from a good angle. Watching anxiously. Yeah, just settle down there. That's fine. Safely on the first green. He's had a bit of trouble in this first green. He's missed a couple of short putts, so just wants to get away safely with par.
Probably has the edge on par 5s. He's 10 under, Sergio 6 under.
Yeah, Sergio is 163 from the pin. He's on the left-hand side. He's going to go with a more lofted iron. I do think he looks good, Steve.
Full comments from our fashion correspondent from Australia.
Yes, I look at a lot from that point of view. You can see the flag just flapping over that front bunker. It looked like he wanted to draw that bit back into the pin. He kind of hung it out there a little bit, and you can see him just pulling the arm across, thinking, oh, I wanted that to go further left, but it's okay.
And I think, you know, I'd be interested in your thoughts, but I think golfers that are young, they're a lot fitter than perhaps some of them used to be. And when they wear flamboyant clothes, I think that's all adds to the game.
I think it's absolutely fantastic. Of course, they're all now, the days have changed in golf when they've got their sports psychologists and the coaches and their fitness people with them, and they are certainly a lot fitter. But I do like the fact that a lot of these fellas. I remember going through a stage where everybody wore cream pants and white shirts, and now you're seeing some great colours, and they do look fantastic in them.
Here's the Japanese player. Any harder? Okay. Get through the first 3 holes, 1 under par. No bad thing.
Yes, well, it's not been an event where the Asian players have featured much over the years, but this is Furyk on the second. Come on, come on. Oh, it's a very good roll. But not good enough.
Furyk has to really cut the lights out, and bad news for Angel Carrera fans. This is the double bogey, and therefore it's a treble bogey 7th. And if he wins it now, it really will be some story.
Well, that's certainly a score that will send you plummeting down the leaderboard. Started 4-7.
5 shots behind. It's all right that they haven't let a camera inside the commentary box. That was me, of course. Just suddenly realised.
Very interested spectator there. Now Sergio Garcia on the first.
Well, it helps to have a long neck to watch Garcia and Woods. There are 5 deep on the either side of the fairway.
Yes, I figure you need to be about 6'6" to come and watch this golf. But Sergio Garcia, he does have a little ridge to come over in this putt. It's more up the hill. Not a slick putt. Look, even the yellow on the bottom of his shoes match. Thai Tiger.
Short. Not the sort of putt, the length of the putt you want on the first. It's okay if you hold it and your confidence is up, but if you miss it.
I think also too, when they leave a putt like that on the first that far short, it's better if they actually put it that far past, because you've given it a real negative roll, and it's not a great thing for the rest of the day.
Any else second to the second. He's boomed a drive 360 yards downwind, of course. Tillman Trophy, there's a photograph of a very young and somewhat thinner Ernie Els. Just a callow youth then.
Yes, that's the usual case. The old photos seem to always be a lot thinner for some unknown reason, but now Tiger Woods. Can he get off to an absolute flying start?
Practicing this length repeatedly before the off. That's just about okay, I guess. Shouldn't miss that.
Well, he shouldn't miss his, but Sergio certainly has some work. But meanwhile, Phil Mickelson
finishing his round at 18, and maybe that sums the week up for Phil.
Phil Mickelson, that gives him a round of 70 for the day. Went out in 33, but made 3 bogeys on the back 9 against 3 birdies, so even par.
And from 18 to the first, which geographically isn't that far. Well done. And now he feels, I've got one pad in, and he feels just a little bit more up, and perhaps a bit of missed.
Yes, well, a 3-putt there would not have done him any favours, but that is a very, very good putt to hole. And now Tiger Woods, this for par.
Perhaps a little bit further. After Sergio hold his, no problem. Probably the best bowler. Well, he and Ernie Els between them are the best bowler outs from 6 foot in.
Andreas Romero is putt for birdie on the 4th. Yes, here you go. Well done. And he is a talent. Saw him for the first time last week, just watching on the TV, and he's an exciting player of the future.
It's an omen. In last year, he won in Argentina, the Roberto Di Vincenzo Open.
Well, you never know. Now Chris DiMarco, birdie putt on 11. Second, I should say. 11 under. I always like to see these players early in the round roll the ball past the hole. I don't like to see them lag them early.
On to the second tee. And this one downwind. You saw just a while ago. A massive drive launched by Ernie Els. Be interested to see if Tiger Woods sticks to the game plan and goes with a long iron again.
Well, being a fairway that is very, very quick, and of course it is downwind, there's bunkers on the right. There's 3 of them. The first one won't worry them too much at all, but the furthest one is 298 yards to clear that. The one on the left, 319 to clear.
First to play will be Sergio Garcia. If he took a driver, he can take all the bunkers out of play, provided he catches it.
And look what he's got, Steve. He's got the big stick, and he's going to have a go. And I think this is not... I think this is the play down there, because the trouble is the bunkers, 3 on the right, 2 on the left. And if you can take it out of play, and these fellas certainly hit it far enough, then hopefully you've got one in a reasonably straight line, and you'll find the fairway somewhere. Well, it certainly makes the second shot a lot shorter as well.
Please. Everyone, just put your cameras away, please.
This hole is 436 yards long, so if they get a booming drive, that's only going to be a very, very short club in.
A little bit longer than that. Because no, that's it's safely over. Switched angles. That's safely over, but in the rough, as you can see.
Yes, well, all will depend on the lie. It's not a bad angle to come in from, because the pin is way in the back left corner. Now Tiger.
Well, he's sticking to his game plan.
There's been a few write-ups in the paper this morning I was reading where they were wondering why, if he actually didn't let loose, he may have torn the golf course apart. But he's stuck with these irons all week. And obviously that one's in a good direction.
Yeah, he's not doing badly the way he's doing it, is he? It makes me laugh, some of the media writers, you know, with their 24 handicap.
Yes, well, what they don't realise is that he actually hits his irons further than any of them will ever hit their woods.
Well, I think 1 or 2 of them do realise that. See how his outfit blends in with the rough?
Yes, it's almost those colours, isn't it? Of course, the course incredibly dry. If we go back to Ernie Els, the second hole birdie putt, we saw him come in with a short club, a little bit too much on it. That's going to miss, but it's good length.
Tani Hala. The birdie at 3. That's okay. Put 4 fours on your card for the third and walk on to the next tee.
Now Greg Owen. Oh no. No, they're the ones, if you're going to have a good round, you just can't miss those.
Owen, who was suffering from a back strain. Yes, they took some painkillers and managed to get round. That's not the sort of injury that goes away. And he's always had trouble with the bad back, and it flares up now and again.
And I'd imagine too, the ground being very, very firm would be doing him no favours at all.
We did see Tiger, if you remember, 1 or 2 holes, walk along in the rough. That was to save his feet. I mean, Tiger usually does things for a reason. There's the second hole. It's runs behind the 18th. They have changed the way the holes are numbered here. I won't really go through. It's 17 and 18, and they start at the third.
Yes, well, of course, I think the reason for that was the grandstands and everything, to be able to get the grandstands in. And I mean, that third hole is really something, and I imagine it used to be a very, very daunting first hole.
Well, they're going to leave it like this for the next 6 or 7 months and then decide.
You see, Steve, being my first trip here, I'll never know this course is any other way around.
Well, that's right. And the people that come, and that come from all around the world to pay a green fee, I think this year, you know, before the next Open, this year they want to play it in the right order, the way the Stars played it. Wonder who he's supporting.
I would imagine this man, Tiger Woods, from the fairway on the second. Got off to a safe par on the first. The wind is a little off the left and behind him.
Difficult to hold it, of course. Downwind, he doesn't like it. I don't know why.
Probably because it was about 25 feet right of the flag, but
It's sensible. If it'd be 25 foot left of the flag, he'd be in the bunker.
exactly right. I mean, it's the centre of the green, gives him a chance at birdie. Par will be safe, and really he's got all those fantastic par 5s coming up that he can reach, so he doesn't want to do anything stupid in the early stages.
DiMarco.
Skip right. Skip right.
The wind hard off the right. So coming in around about it. There's the trouble. You see the flag not moving now. Might be sheltered by the tentage of the exhibition village. A lot closer on the second.
Well, you can see he looks like he's in very deep stuff, but it is quite wispy. Not difficult to get through this grass. It will be hard to control the ball when you're coming out of the rough. Well, that's all right, but he was a little bit unlucky. If he hit that another yard and hit the green, it would have run up a lot further. He just caught that very front of the green, took a little bit of the sting out of it.
Sometimes, you know, links golf isn't fair. You get the odd very bad bounce, you get the odd good bounce, but you've got none of the players complaining. This is the original form of golf.
I think it's fantastic. I mean, it's just a wait and see and get it around the best you can and hope you get the right breaks. This is Ernie Els into the third. Well, it's a lot further left than he would like, but again, early stages. He's on the green, pin high.
It's almost like any tournament, you know. You want to stay in contention till you get to the turn, and then back 9 Sunday and see where we go there.
Of course, that back 9 is where they will hopefully make up some numbers, because 10, 16 and 18 all reachable par 5s, so we can see some sudden changes, and there's plenty of places through sort of 12, 13, 14 that you can get into all sorts of strife.
Well, they're right by the coast, and the wind is whipping up a little bit. I'm sure the locals that live in those houses, drive those cars, will tell you that it's just a zephyr of a breeze. One or two of the Panatechnics that serve the European Tour are making their way away, headed for Hamburg now.
Yes, it's actually amazing when you walk around here and the amount of trucks and cabling and stuff, and of course somebody has to pack it all up and get it to the next tournament, and I really admire them. I look at all these wires and cords and think I wouldn't even know where to start.
I usually trip over them.
Now Sergio, quite a long putt. There is a ridge in this green.
Left hand below right.
Well, he's put that one as far past as he left the first one, about that far short, so certainly not going too close to the flagstick. It's actually interesting watching that cross-handed grip these days, because once upon a time it was if you putted really badly you tried cross-handed, but now it's become quite a normal thing to do.
You ever putted that way?
I tried it, and look, it does work, but the silly thing is I tried it about 15 minutes before I teed off in a tournament and didn't have a great deal of control, but I found over the short stuff it was fantastic, and it takes a little while to get used to it over the long stuff, but it certainly does work, and it's not a bad thing to try.
Tiger, more conventional grip, and he is a beautiful putter, chasing Jack Nicklaus's record of 18 majors.
Yes, I think everybody will be surprised if he isn't the one who does take that record in the not too distant future.
This to extend his lead to 2. Beautiful putt. Beautiful putt. And how did it miss? You saw there that it went up a hill and down a slope, swung round. Beautifully read.
Yes, he must have been watching that thinking this is on its way. I mean, you can't go any closer than he just did than go in. He's got a smile on his face. He knows how good a putt that was.
And that's good. He's got a smile on his face. It's one or two. Dennis Hutchins always says, all you can do is get it right at your end.
Exactly right. Now Sergio has certainly left himself some work to do yet again. He doesn't want to keep having to make these all day, because eventually you do miss a few. It's just that horrible length. Must go in, but they are so easy to miss.
And just dived to the right. And now Tiger leads Sergio by 2, but in second place and just one shot behind any else.
I think it also goes back there too, Steve, when you look at those two tee off, and of course Sergio did go with the driver, found the rough, had the short shot in, didn't come out of the lie as well. Tiger's made the pass, Sergio's walked away with the bogey.
Romero. Nice putt. He puts him 10 under, 2 birdies in a row, and of course just going back to Sergio, he takes 5, where yesterday he holed his second shot.
Yes, that's a big difference, isn't it? This is Ernie Els. Well, this is O'Neill's on the third hole. Now, we saw he was very wide on the far side of the green for his second shot. This is for par, so he's put his first putt to there. And, well, that's okay, standard two putt, isn't it, really?
Very good putt. And they're actually shouting easy, easy. Have you seen Soccer AM? We have
No.
Well, I'll tell you about it in a minute. It's just watch SK Hope. It's on Sky Sports, and they have two wrestlers. They're all over the country, supermarkets, car parks, and what have you. Just watch.
Peterson. Into the 10th. Here's a good shot. Oh, and that'll be for eagle.
And they have a fight in the car park or wherever, and it's over very quickly, and the winner stands there. Easy, easy. So that's what that was about.
Now here's DiMarco with this incredibly unusual putting grip.
Unusual but effective.
It's effective. Still can't quite work out how he gets his hands on there. Now Tiger Woods. There is OB down the right. This whole dog legs to the right.
I was looking up a few stats before the off, and the one Tiger is pretty good in his fairways hit, and he's tied first in that. And he didn't come to Hoylake to win a long driving contest.
Now, of course, when you have great power and plenty of distance, and look, when you watch him doing this, he keeps putting the ball down the centre all the time, and those who are dropping plenty of shots and running up some big numbers are going with the drivers and getting into trouble. Now, this time Sergio's decided he's going to go to the corner with the iron, which is the best play on this hole, because the only way you can do it otherwise is cut the corner, which is out of bounds territory. Just get it in play.
Side by side, just at the edge to Sergio. Tiger won't mind that.
And of course, around that corner, just on the point of that corner, it is about 150 yards to the front of the green. This pin today, 24 back, and 5 from the right. Look at these crowds. They've just lined every part of this golf course.
30-year-old from Windermere in Florida. 48 US Tour wins. I suppose the 50th will get media attention when it comes about very quickly, no doubt. Making his 12th appearance in the Open, he hasn't missed a cut. And of course, he won it at year 2000 St Andrews, and the year 2005 also at St Andrews.
It's becoming more like a football match these days, isn't it? The crowds are really getting into golf, and
I'm waiting for them to break into You Never Walk Alone.
well, that may well happen next, Steve. It'd be quite actually funny to see them do it, really.
You can see the greens, sorry, the fairways are very wide, wider than you'd normally expect on a championship course. Of course, if it'd been normal weather in preparations rather than rather dry, it could have made the rough a lot tougher.
Grego and par putt on the 6th. No, so he will drop one. That takes him back to -6 for the tournament. He's +2 today. He's taken bogeys on the 3rd and the 6th holes.
See the out of bounds coming into your picture, and that out of bounds runs right up to the right hand side of the green, and they've both got 195 yards.
I wonder who it is to go first.
Difficult. Well, our cameraman, I believe it's Tiger Woods to play. I'm not sure.
Now this is going to be a very interesting shot to have a go at the flag, because the pin is back right. You can see there the flag's just above that stand. The wind is coming across this right to left.
Yeah, but Sandy, surely it's foolish to go out the pin. You accept a par here?
I think so. I think anything left of the flag with the shot will be fine. The one thing you don't want to do is go straight at the flag and then find that you've kicked off, because there is a bit of a bank that runs down the right. Then you just leave yourself such a difficult little chip with very little room to work with.
Tiger dropped a shot here on Friday in his round of 65.
I'd imagine you'll bring this in low, let it run up. Well, that got a lot of stop on it, and that probably got more stop on it than he would have expected.
Good shot though.
I don't know, it just looks to me like he's going to be very patient today and pick up the birdies as they come, and they will come on those par fives for sure, and he's only got to pick up probably a couple more around the course and let everybody else continue to chase him.
So can Sergio get the shot that he dropped at the second hole back at the first opportunity? Well, that's reasonable. You may remember Ernie Els had about that putt and pushed it 7 or 8 feet past and made the one back.
And with the way Sergio has putted the first couple, he's not put one of his first putts remotely close to the flag. Could be a little bit of a danger zone for him.
It's a good hole. We're not
To the fourth, and Ernie Els, 129 yards, only got a sand iron.
Now, this is an absolute horror pin. It is just over that bunker, tucked right in that front corner. Now you can see Ernie, he's not happy with it. He's given that little pull to the left. You do want to possibly play to the left-hand side. Now look at this swing around. Just shows you the swales and the humps and the hollows, but well, he's an awfully long way away from the pin there.
Yeah, either a pitch and run, or he may even putt it.
DiMarco is 123 away on virtually the same line, and a pin that is really not. Oh, now that's what can happen. He's brought in a little tighter. He's caught the back of the bunker and shot it absolutely sideways.
But all things considered, he's okay. Andreas Romero, what a fortnight he's having. 10 under.
Yes, well, he's gone from being a total unknown to everybody being very, very aware of this young talent. And the Argentine. Oh, look at this. Look at this for a shot. Settle down. That's very, very good.
He's only 25 and finished second equal last week at Loch Lomond. And before that, it had come to our notice perhaps when he finished third at Penina in the Algarve Portuguese Open.
Of course, one of my favourites, an Aussie, Adam Scott. We're waiting on him to win a major as well.
Great shot. Go on. I think I'd say one of your favourites. He's one of most people's favourites. A really nice, polite young man.
And that's a beautiful way of putting it. He's an incredibly polite person. He's very nice, quite softly spoken, Adam, and yeah, really very proud to have him as an Aussie.
Yeah, do you think he's got to have more of it of the Aussie attitude to make majors?
Well, I think that's the question that a lot of people have been asking as to. He certainly does have the talent, but they're starting to question whether he's got it to actually make the majors. I think he has. I think it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, I mean, he's only 26. Give him time.
Yeah, the press give you a bit of a bad time quickly, don't they? Really?
Yeah, and that's in case you go away. In the meantime, they build you up. This is the British press, particularly. They build you up only to knock you down.
Yes, well, we've seen that happen to plenty in the past. Now, Sergio is a mile away from this third hole, and he's not putted brilliantly yet.
No, and it's probably quicker than it looks.
needs to settle. Yeah, that's a better putt. That's the best putt we've seen so far. Didn't quite get the line, but the pace was a lot better than his previous two.
Mind you, I don't know about you, but I get the feeling that Tiger's going to hold one about this length and fairly quickly.
Yes, I still think he has that look about him, but Ernie Els at the back of the fourth now. We saw him run through a long way with a short shot. He's putting this up the bank. He'd like it to start turning. Beautiful pace, beautiful pace.
Ricky Roberts has got just put his finger up, almost like an umpire out. I think he was missing leg stump.
Adam Scott birdie putt on the par 3 6th.
You know, he's got to hold every one of those putts if he's to have any chance at all.
And DiMarco, this to go 12 under. Now we'll want to put the brakes on a little. And left himself a little nasty one.
Tiger.
You were so nearly right in thinking he would hold one of these shortly. And he will, because he is absolutely shaving the hole at the moment.
I was interested to watch it. He spent most of his pre-tee off time on the greens, because he knows that's where the Open will be won and lost.
He had a superb putt that should have gone in on the previous hole. That was another beautifully struck long-range putt. It is only a matter of time.
Sergio has to just be a little careful. This putt for par. You've got, this is like watching him in Mallorca last year, believe me. And he had no conviction with the strike of that putt.
It's funny just watching him stand over that putt. To me, he doesn't look like he's going to hole it. And of course, he's missed 2 of those in a row now. And he will be absolutely kicking himself. Such a waste.
Romero misses at the 6. Oh, yes. 3 birdies in a row now. And for Romero, it just keeps getting better and better.
Well, I love the way, too, he strikes these putts. They go in with some sort of conviction. They are going at a pretty rapid pace, and that shows some confidence. But Ernie Els now. Now, this hole, you can see that big tent.
That's Robbie Fowler of Liverpool Football Club fame. He went to Manchester City for a spell, at Leeds United, but back at Liverpool now. First par 5.
There's Tiger again. Same game plan.
He hasn't looked remotely like missing a fairway.
No, I think you could actually walk around and just let him play his second shot from the centre of the fairway, because he's done it the whole time. And you know that yellow dot sitting there is just 100 yards to the flag, to the front of the green, I should say.
We had an email about that as we watch Ernie Els tee off. Yeah, an email. What do the yellow dots mean? What do the red dots mean?
Well, of course, they've been put out there earlier. One of the caddies go around and they put out these yellow dots, red dots and white dots, and it just gives the caddies the indication as to what it is from those spots. And As we watch Sergio tee off as well. In the good old days, they would just step out to the edge of a bunker and that, but now they stick the dots down the centre, and you'll always see the red, white and yellow. And it is purely for a yardage to the pin.
And are they all the same yardage? All the yellows are the same yardage from the front of the green?
No, they can vary. Sometimes they're 70 yards, sometimes they're 120. They will put them usually with a 0 on the end of them. There's no sort of, you know, 153 or something like that. You get those from the edges of the bunkers, but they are just an indicator. And sometimes you'll have, you know, 2 yellow ones. One will be way back, one maybe a lot further forward. So that's what they're for. And they do actually interest people. They always wonder what those dots are drawn down, and that is the reason why.
I've lost our emails, but I remember reading that one. Anyway, thank you. Beautifully explained. There were 48,000 here yesterday. Certainly no less here today.
Well, it certainly shows you exactly where the fairway is, though, doesn't it, Steve? Because look at that ring of people. Every vantage point.
Well, it's the only thing that does show you where the fairway is, because the rough really like corn. Poor harvest of corn. Actually, at Carnoustie in 1999, they didn't mow the rough; they harvested.
Really? Well, they have been a little lucky, fellas, this week with the rough, because as we've been saying, it has been so dry, and if they'd had a lot of rain, that would have been really thick and difficult to get out of, but it's been made a lot easier.
And you know, there's no surprise names up at the top of the leaderboard. It must tell you something.
Well, this is fantastic. When you see a leaderboard like this, and actually what I am pleased to see is it's never been a great tournament for the Asian players. And to see 2 of the Asian players up there as we watch Romero come a tricky spot from the back of 5. Just settle down. Oh, sorry, that was Jim Furyk.
Yeah, he's playing with Angel Cabrera.
Now Tiger striding down the 4th, walking as he does to the centre of the fairway. We haven't seen him anywhere else.
He looks wonderfully concentrated, wonderfully focused. Just pacing himself rightly.
Now this is Cabrera on the 5th, settle. Oh, got that with a little bit too much sting on it and left himself a long putt. You can see there, the 66 he shot yesterday matched his career best in a major. And that was in both the 2001 Masters, 2004 US Open.
And obviously it was his lowest score in the Open Championship. And Cabrera, surprisingly, he's only made 1 cut in the Open Championship this century, which is surprising because, you know, he's a class act.
Sergio has actually landed on the crosswalk where the spectators walk over this 4th hole. And you are allowed to drop off this if you wish, because it is just absolute dead pan. And he'll pick the nearest point of relief. And you can see that crosswalk, very, very flat. Being compacted down by the thousands who have walked across there. Sergio just dropping back behind that line.
Well, while Sergio sorts it out, I'm going to hand over quickly to Rent and Laidlaw. And much enjoyed your company.
It's been lovely working with you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve, and not the start that Sergio Garcia was looking for.
107, 116.
But now he can relax a bit and get on with it. But if he starts to try and attack the pins, that's not going to be the way to win the tournament, because once you start to try and attack those pins, which are in awkward positions, there is no doubt that you can easily drop shots.
I wonder, Renton, if he might start getting a little frustrated. His putting to this point has been pretty average. He's left his long putts a long way away. He's missed a couple of very short putts, and I just wonder, in chasing Tiger and playing with him, if he doesn't maybe start trying to get a little aggressive and make something happen.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, that if you become too aggressive on this golf course, you know, you're going to fall further back rather than move up. Just go for the middle of the green and hope that you can get a long putt in, and you're back on track again.
You can see this pin is tucked really tight behind this bunker. Oh, gosh, he's got that flying, and that has gone miles.
Well, those of you who had their money on Sergio Garcia won't be too happy at the present moment. Still plenty of holes to go, of course, but not looking good at this moment. Whereas Andres Romero, who was 300 to 1 at the start as we watched Tiger, sensible. Well, that might go through as well.
That will certainly have run a lot further than he would have expected. Oh, look at this. Come on, don't do that. Don't do that. Now, that's cruel. That's cruel.
I thought that was a very good shot he played.
I thought he'd played safer to the centre of the green.
That's exactly what I thought too. I was going to say that's what Garcia should have been doing. Nine of the 11 last Opens have been won by Americans. He's won 2 of them, of course, 2000 and 2005.
Now Cabrera, we saw him chipping from the right-hand side. Well, that's a heck of a save. He wasn't a great chip, he got that running on, but well done. The end result is good. And that's a birdie.
Slips back to 9 under par. Jim Furyk started bogey just like Sergio Garcia. And the putts not going in today. He was averaging 27.5 over the first 3 days, and seldom do you get 4 rounds when you putt as well as that every day.
Oh, especially around these greens that are very, very slick.
It's almost as if you get a sort of ration of putts. You know, you might get them all in the one day. Or you might... Oh! Well done. At the 10th.
SK Ho.
Popping it in for 4. So he's now had 3 birdies. He hasn't dropped a shot. He's moved to 9 under par and he's joined 6th. But he's still 4 behind Tiger Woods.
Now Jim Furyk to tidy up. Yes, he's got it in, but you don't want to keep leaving yourself that length putt. A habit of missing.
I was talking about Andres Romero earlier on. 300 to 1 you could have got on him at the start of the championship. He's like 2 shots off the lead, having made 3 birdies as Els plays his second to the 5th. Edging towards the putting stuff. You can use the putting from where he is.
Sergio, who sent this ball sailing over this 4th green. Can he make a miraculous save here? Well, it's not too bad. He's still got that putt for par. But it's that length again. He seems to be leaving himself that sort of 3 to 5 foot putt.
He was 2 under after 5 on day 1. He was 2 under after 5 on day 2. He was 3 under after 5 on day 3. And he's 2 over after 3 today.
Yes, well, that certainly tells a story. Now, Tiger just prowling around there, going around to have a really good look at that. But first we'll go to DiMarco. This is his 3rd shot into this par 5.
Lost a playoff to Tiger at the Masters, lost a playoff to Vijay Singh in the PGA Championship in America. Good shot. Chance of a birdie for DiMarco. 21st in the American Ryder Cup points, but you get a lot of points for the majors on the American point system. And he'll move up that table today.
That hole is as big as a bucket for him today. Well, at the moment, he hasn't missed anything we've seen.
He looks really calm, doesn't he?
I think he's great. I mean, having seen him for the first time last week when I watched at Loch Lomond, I was so impressed with him, and 2 weeks in a row, and this is fantastic stuff. Now Tiger taking plenty of time over this putt. Now, sent this ball sailing over the back. It'll be a much slower putt coming back. He's got to get it up over this rise first.
And you can see, as far as final rounds are concerned, Tiger Woods has the edge over Garcia, Els and DiMarco for better last rounds.
It's heading in the right direction. Oh, nearly. His judgment of pace is very, very good, just a little shy. That was a long, long way away, and lots of little humps and hollows in front of him.
Jerry Kelly and Robert Allenby have both had twos at the ninth. They're both 7 under, lying joint 13th, as Ernie has a go for an eagle. Gave it a good chance, well past the hole though. He knows at least the line coming back, Sandra.
Yes, it's the much better option than leaving it that far short, and then you've still got to work out what the ball's going to do. But he's had a good look at it run there. He won't like how far it's gone past, but at least he has an idea. But this is Sergio behind them on the 4th. Now this is for par. He's not got off to a great start. Currently at +2 for the day. That's better. That's better. He putted a good one on the first hole, missed a couple, and that was a good save.
Maybe that'll just settle him. He smiles a lot. They're very different on the golf course. He smiles a lot, chats a lot, and Tiger is very, very focused, always.
I think that's always the wonderful thing about watching Sergio. He's very, very animated with his golf, and you really know what's going on, don't you, without having to see where the shot's gone. Now Tiger, it was so unfortunate. He looked like he played quite a good shot into this second hole, and it just never stopped. This for par to keep a 1-shot lead.
Stays one ahead of Els, who's got a birdie putt, of course, coming up at the 5th, which could tie Tiger. But then Tiger's got to play the 5th himself.
Exactly. Now this is DiMarco. I still can't get my head around that putting grip.
He's never made a birdie at this hole, strangely enough, and no, they're reaching the green. Most of them are reaching the green in 2, but that's another 5 for DiMarco. 5 at this hole on day 1, 2, 3, and 4.
That's actually amazing, because you would really expect that at worst probably twice he would birdie it, maybe 3 times. So it's a good probably 2 or 3 shots dropped to the rest of the field as Ernie Els lines up his birdie putt.
This to tie the lead. 13 under par for Ernie Els. He catches Tiger Woods, and that's his first birdie of the day.
And of course Tiger will be back down on that tee. He won't have seen it, but he'll certainly have heard the applause.
But it's a par 4 really for Tiger, this par 5 here at Hoylake, and unless he does something silly with the tee shot here, you would expect him to make a birdie or an eagle. I think he's got a 3-wood in his hand.
Yes, that does look like a 3-wood, Renton, and he'll aim it just towards that big tent towards the left-hand side of those peaks and just try and bring it back. This fairway does swing around to the left.
Hey folks, just put that phone away, mate, please. All right?
Well, it doesn't matter how many times you ask them, they will not turn those phones off on a golf course. Now that guy's standing in there feeling really embarrassed. See, that shoots so low. Started out to the right. Just bring it back around with this fairway, and that is perfect.
You know, the ball is not running nearly so far today as it has earlier in the week.
Well, earlier in the week, I mean, it was astounding walking around out there and watching the bounces the balls were taking, and to the extent that they did actually supply all the balls spotters with crash helmets.
Is that right?
They looked like construction workers out there. They all had white crash helmets on because they were taking such almighty bounces. It was dangerous.
No expense spared.
Now Sergio. Starts it out to the right. He's going to bring it back to the line of those peaks on the top of the tent. Now, that is not what you want.
The last place you want to go in is one of those bunkers because they're deep, they're penal, and that is a mistake by Sergio Garcia. All he can do is pop it out. He can't get to the green in two now. Well, it's a shame that he's made that mistake after having made two slips on the greens at 2 and 3. SK Ho, who is playing well after the birdie at the 10th. I wonder what he's going to do at the 11th. Remember, he's moved to 9 under par as we wander down the 5th with Sergio Garcia. He's got to still believe, you know, Tiger can make mistakes. He doesn't make all that many, but he can make mistakes, and I can maybe get an eagle here or a chip in there.
Well, you've only got to look at what happened on that last hole. Now, Tiger's played very safely with the iron, and he's played what we thought was going to be a very safe shot to the centre of the green. And with the kick in these greens, it shot forward, went over the back. That can happen. But these greens are so long. They're very narrow. There's not much width to them. And anything that is slightly offline can kick in all sorts of horror places. So Sergio's just got to get his head together a little bit. Now, this is Ernie Els on the 6th hole, the par 3. This pin today is in the back left corner.
We've done the right thing anyway. He's got it on the green. He's a long way from the pin, but we've had an email from Janet Rasmussen who says, we'd like to ask you if you'd be able to show some coverage of the Australian players. More coverage of the Australian players. We'll come back to it in a minute after DiMarco hits his tee shot. Oh no, these people that shout out, these must be Americans. I can only believe they're Americans. I hope I'm not being racist when I say that. Beautiful shot from DiMarco. Yeah. Mrs. Rasmussen says that we know it's a British event, but it would be nice for us in Australia to see a little bit more of our players. Well, we can only show you the pictures that we get from the BBC, and we have shown most of the Australians in competition this week at one time or another. Maybe you have had to watch for several hours to just catch them, but I don't think there has been an Australian that we have not seen during the telecast.
Well, I must admit, Brenton, I've been sitting here watching. I've seen plenty of Australians on the TV, and we have 3 still up there doing well in Adam Scott, Peter Lonard and Robert Allenby, and well, hopefully through the day we'll get to see a little bit of them.
260 left for Tiger. He's on the fairway. Remember, the man who is his playing partner today, playing with him, Sergio Garcia, is bunkered. Why do so many of the English fans yell, get in the hole on tee shots or shot putts? Is this an English custom? It says Elmo van der Laan from the Netherlands. Well, as I said before, and running the risk of aggravating the Americans. I think it's mostly the Americans that shout it out. We certainly wouldn't be shouting it out, I don't think.
Yeah, so that was certainly something that we've seen a lot of in the States. And it's just starting to catch on here, which it's not such a bad thing as long as they do it after the players played the shot, not before. And this is Tiger. Oh, he's hanging over. He's got that hanging in the air. Looks like it's not going to... Yes, it is going to get there.
Beautiful
Yeah,
shot.
that is fabulous.
Eagle putt coming up for the Tiger.
Well, Renton, as much as I could sit here with you all day, I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I do have to hand over the reins to Doogie's coming in.
Oh, that's fine. We'll hope to maybe see you a little later, or if not again this year, perhaps next year.
Hopefully.
Sandra, thank you very much indeed. I'm going to switch over to your microphone set, if I may, and let Doogie come in here. If Doogie doesn't mind, that is. And Doogie's shaking and saying, no, that's all right.
Thanks to Sandra, and of course to Renton. Good afternoon, everybody, wherever you're watching in the world and enjoying one of the great days of sport. Final day of the Open Championship. Tiger Woods and Ernie Els sharing the lead at 13 under par.
A mistake though by Sergio Garcia here, going into the bunker off the tee, so he has played out to where you see him now, and he's got quite a good angle into the flag, but he's still got 215 yards to go, and this is his third shot. And remember, Tiger is on the green and putting for an eagle.
Moments of crisis for Sergio. Not sure about the outfit, Renton. I'm not sure whether you've passed comment on it.
Well, I think I heard someone saying he's merging into the background. You know, he's almost like the fairways and the bunker sand. And but I quite like it, actually. It's bright, it's breezy. I'd rather have him like that than in black.
So Sergio Garcia, colour coordinated. Important shot this. Played it well.
Oh no, wasn't that amazing? You would have expected that to have bounded on to the green, but it just caught the upslope. If that had been another 6, 9, 12 inches, that might have been well down by the stick. So he's played 3 and he's not on the green. Tiger's on the green in 2. Looking good for Tiger to move further ahead of the Spaniard. But Tiger better watch out for this man now. The man with the very unusual putting grip, putting for 2 here at the 6th. 12 under, just one behind Ernie and one behind Tiger.
Likeable character, Chris DiMarco, and a very good player. Watched him winning in Abu Dhabi earlier this year in the European Tour, and he was very impressive. Now Ernie to save par.
He remains at 13 under. That's the way it looks, 2 13 unders at 12, 11. There's Romero really going well. Has just parred the 8th. Romero has no fear at all.
Quite remarkable, because he'd won hardly anything in the European Tour until last week, when he suddenly finished second in the Barclays Scottish Open at Loch Lomond. Lee Slattery here. He's played very well indeed in his first Open, hasn't he? Outstanding performance. 72 with that 5 at the last. And that's a very encouraging 4 rounds for a very talented English player. I think we'll see more of Lee Slattery. I thought he might have made his impact before now, after winning the Challenge Tour a couple of years ago.
28th for the moment, but inside the top 30 for Slattery with that closing round of 72. He was playing with John Bickerton, recent winner of the French Open, who finished with 76 for an even par. And coming in just behind them in a moment or two will be Robert Rock and Graham McDowell. Anyway, this is Sergio Garcia, and he really needs something unusual to happen. He's going to try and just get this one in the hole. Because at the present moment, Douga, there is no question that the impetus is with the Tiger.
As we suspected it would be. Such a good front runner, as everybody knows. Never lost a major on which he's led going into the final round.
And when he's led at 54 holes at any time, he's lost only once in 11 occasions.
So you can take it he won't make the mistakes, but Sergio unfortunately has another of those little short putts missed. That's been the problem for him the last year or so, and now of course in trouble in the sand here. The fifth. That's a lovely putt. His long putting's not been the problem. It's the little short ones he's been missing. But he's certainly going to give ground once again to Tiger Woods here.
Well, you'd have to say, Douga, that Tiger's almost certainly going to make a birdie and could easily make an eagle. Let's have a look at DiMarco. Par 4, 7th.
Yeah, got it.
Oh, he's been lucky here. That's okay. That was flirting with the long grass, but he'll be able to get to the green from there. I mentioned him winning in Abu Dhabi earlier this year on the European Tour. 71, 67, 63, 67 for 20 under par. Wonderful performance. Now Ernie at the 7th. Superb drive. Woods for eagle at the par 5 fifth. My goodness.
Oh dear.
We may well return to that. I'm not sure that shouldn't be in captivity somewhere.
Doesn't the dog realize what the owner has done to it?
Eagle 3. Woods makes his move.
15 under par for Tiger Woods, 2 clear of Ernie Els, 3 in front of Chris DiMarco, 4 in front of Andres Romero, and now 5 ahead of Sergio Garcia. And these cheers reverberate around the golf course, and you can rest assured that Ernie Els knows that that was an eagle cheer.
He certainly does. But now Garcia, with just the length of putt that he's been very, very shaky on, has to stay just 5 behind. Yes.
Did you have a chat with Sergio before he went out?
No, he was unusually unresponsive. He's normally very relaxed and chatty in the rain, but actually most of this week he's very pleasant, says hello, how are you, and then just gets on with his work without too many distractions.
And Tiger doesn't like any interviews, does he, before he plays?
Never has. Now, I spoke to him about it a few years back, and he said, look, don't want to. It's not that I don't want to speak to you, but when I get to the range, I'm at work, I'm at the office.
This is exactly what Nick Faldo used to say as well.
Yeah, and you totally appreciate that, of course.
I was walking past Nick Faldo on one occasion, no intention of going to speak to him, and he said to me, you know what the answer is? I said, don't worry, I wasn't coming to you. Chasing his 11th major, and trying to become the first man to successfully defend the title since Tom Watson in 1983 at Royal Birkdale. Not far from here, in fact.
Well, the odds on another Tiger victory, I think, have just shortened after that eagle, opening up with 4 pars and then the eagle 3 to move into a 2-shot lead. Now, Robert Rock's had a great week. Let's hope he finishes nicely with a birdie here. Young Englishman who's not had a particularly great season, but he's really found some form here on the biggest stage of all. You can tell how pleased he is. Well done to Robert Rock from the Midlands of England. 71.
69, 69, 73, 71 for Robert Rock. He's going to finish inside the top 20. Great performance.
They said in unison. Now, Adam Scott. Oh, that tried all the way to get away to the right. And in the end, just toppled in. So well done to the Aussie.
Out in 34, and after starting bogey, 3 birdies helping him through the turn in 1 under. 10 under for the tournament, but still 15. Still 5 shots behind Woods, who's 15 under. And there could be quite a battle coming up for second place here if Tiger continues to move the way he's moving. Short 6th. Tiger Woods on the tee. Oh, I wish they'd stop it. Why doesn't someone stop them doing that? It's not what you'd expect. Look at this. Safe, reliable, professional.
Well, you know he's not going to make mistakes, Trenton. That's the thing. His game plan has been to play short of the trouble, admittedly give himself long irons, make the course longer for him. But that's the strategy, and it's worked so far. He's not going to change. And the only fallibility, in fact, Tiger's case really has been when he's had the driver in his hand, and of course he's not had it in his hand this week. So he's not going to make mistakes. I think we can pretty well accept that. The rest are just going to have to play better and to hole more putts.
So important this week for Garcia to do well. He hasn't won a major yet. We thought he would have won one by now.
Sergio, of course, doesn't hit the ball as high as Tiger. Nobody does. This will come in on a lower trajectory, and therefore be harder to stop. Par 3.
You see the lower trajectory means it runs on. It's going to stop this time, but it very nearly went through the green. Huge crowds again. It's been a huge success, this Open Championship, back at Hoylake for the first time in 39 years. This man, of course, when he's in form, always helps to make an Open Championship. His performances in the championship have been as dramatic as those of Arnold Palmer and Lee Trevino and Tom Watson and Seve Ballesteros in the past. Jack Nicklaus, of course, too.
Well, here's this remarkable young Argentinian.
Tee shot at the 10th. He has just dropped a shot, however, at the short 9th. So he's back on 10 under par. But when you consider he wasn't even in the championship until he managed to hold off Ben Barham at Loch Lomond, it's what a performance.
Chris DiMarco, a little bit lucky to avoid the even thicker stuff here at the 7th. Taking advantage though and found the green, if only just.
Well, the great thing is you can use your putter from off the green so often here. The fairway almost is, green-like, except in colour.
They're certainly not that, are they? Just 131 yards left for Ernie at the 7th. Ernie really needs to get a few close and hole a couple of putts. That's the trouble on these hard, bouncy seaside greens. Won't get any backspin. And pins again cut in difficult places around the edges on the front of the green.
Well, I heard someone say that the pins on the back nine were almost vengeful. I heard someone say. I'm sure they're not that bad, but looking away into the distance, it's warm again, and away across the Mersey is the city of Liverpool, the European city of culture, in 2008.
I wonder if it'll make as good a job of it as Glasgow did when Glasgow was a European city of culture. I had to get that in as my home city, Renton. You're being an Edinburgh man, you wouldn't understand that, but
Well, I was surprised it was, actually, but But that's a bit unpleasant. Withdraw that remark immediately.
Let's not get into the old Glasgow-Edinburgh rivalry.
Like Melbourne, Sydney, that. There are no huge humps and hollows on these greens. In fact, Hoylake generally is quite a flat golf course, but there are subtle little borrows, and you've got to be in the right place to give yourself a good chance of holding a putt. But this man is deadly with the putter.
Tiger Woods having just eagled the 5th to go 2 clear, now with a chance to add a birdie at the 6th.
Oh, if it only hit it. So, safe par. Talking about people who have played an important role in this particular championship. You know, Peter Thompson not only won 5 Opens, but he finished in the top 10 18 out of the 21 years from 1951 to 1971. Surely no one else comes as close as that to an Open Championship record, and that's when his son-in-law Gary Prendergast was down in Australia watching the golf. He was hoping, I'm sure Gary was hoping for an Australian win. I don't think you're going to get that, Gary.
Good attempt by Chris DiMarco. Yes, I spoke to the great man earlier in the week, Peter Thompson. Absolute gentleman and a legend of the game. 5 Opens, the last of which many years after the 4th in 1965. And look at this.
Oh! Ran right across the front of the hole. Well, you know, it's been on the front nine that he's made most of his scores, or in fact all his scores this week. Wouldn't it be unusual and just typical of golf if in fact he kept his best golf today for the back nine?
He's going to have to, I think, Renton, isn't he? Still looking for his first birdie of the round, and he's now 5 behind Tiger Woods. Sean O'Haran with a very good 67 today, very talented young American.
Playing in only his 2nd Open. He had to get a passport to come and play last year after he won the John Deere Classic. Finished birdie for 34 home and 67, Sean O'Haran. 7 under, 12th at the moment.
Ernie, how he could do with this, and he's got that tracking beautifully. Just getting slightly under the hole with lovely pace.
The great thing, of course, about Ernie is that at any one moment on the back nine, whether there are 3 par 5s, he could get an eagle, and suddenly he's right up there with Tiger again. Of course, Tiger could do the same, but there's a great potential with Ernie.
I thought yesterday was a really gutsy performance by Ernie. His game wasn't as he would want it to be, but he scrambled and he holed putts and he made sure that he didn't play himself out of contention. And he's still there.
Tied 2nd in 1996, 2000. He won it in 2002. He was 3rd in 2001. He's been 5th and 6th. He was 2nd in 2004. He's got a terrific record.
So, of course, there's this man, Tiger Woods. 7th tee. Sticking with the iron. Interested to hear Gary Player talking early this morning, Renton, about having to do something about the golf ball. He said this is a disappointing Open because it's taken the driver out of most players' hands. He said that's not right. The crowds are not being entertained as they should be. They want to see the players hitting driver. We're going to have to address this problem. That's Gary's opinion. It's a controversial one, perhaps.
And of course, sure. If you speak to the RNA about the golf ball, they'll say, well, wait a minute, what do we need to do to the golf ball? I mean, the majority of players are amateurs, and they're quite happy to have a golf ball that goes a little bit further.
Quite agree, Renton. I think one of the great joys of golf is that professionals and amateurs play with the same equipment. I'd hate to see a professional ball or different playing conditions for amateurs and professionals, and that's a bit of luck there.
Yes, you've got to keep in mind that the percentage of professionals playing is very small compared to the number who play around the world. And that's what the RNA. The RNA are thinking of the amateurs, and it is a shame perhaps that the driver is not being used a great deal. But if the wind had been up this week, maybe it would have been. Perhaps the conditions, the weather conditions, that is much to.
And there's also the argument that, well, it hasn't taken it out of Angel Cabrera's hands, and that you can still use the driver. It's a real risk and reward shot. If you get it wrong, you're in all sorts of trouble like that. And that was with a 3-wood.
I think that's a good point. If you want to use your driver, use it. You know, and Cabrera and Romero have obviously been using it. Well, Tiger has chosen to play in a much more defensive manner.
I think it's made it a fascinating Open just because of that different option you have.
So many different clubs you can use off the tee. So many different ways to play the golf course.
We're always complaining about courses being set up for long hitters, and this is not a long hitter's golf course necessarily.
Hideto Tanihara, who started off so well with an early birdie, did drop a shot at the 5th and then double bogeyed the 6th. He has had a birdie at the 9th, and out in 36 he's 9 under, 1 over for the day, lying 7th.
So it's Woods at 15 under, Els at 13, DiMarco at 12, and then 3 players at 10 under, Andres Romero, Adam Scott, and remember watching Sergio Garcia.
We've had a 67 today from Sean O'Hare, and if you're watching in Australia, let me just tell you how the Australians are doing. After we see Ernie Els, I'll bring you up to date with the Australian leaderboard. You aim across the corner of the course there, unless you're hitting it the other way, of course. Well, that was not the normal way you hit the tee shot there. Let me just run down the Australian leaderboard. Adam Scott's at 10 under par at the present moment. Peter Lonard 8, Allenby 6, Hensby and Rumford and Ogilvie 5 under. John Sendon, Rod Pampling and Marcus Fraser are 2 under par, and Andrew Buckle is in the clubhouse, 77 for 290. Pampling at 72 for 286 and Sendon 70 for 286. Hensby 69 for 283. That's brought you up to date in Australia.
Adam Scott, of course, the Australian with perhaps the best chance of challenging for the lead, but he rather undid his challenge with those early bogeys. Reminder of the position Woods is in. Could be the first man to successfully defend the Open for 23 years.
Interesting one here from Carl Berg from the Netherlands. He said the commentators use the terms pushed and pulled or tugged frequently for missed putts. He says, I usually know when I've pushed or I've pulled one, but how can you tell when another player has done so? Well, the bottom line is we can't. We're just assuming that that must be the problem. Maybe there was another reason for it, but we have to give some reason. If someone misses it on the left or misses it on the right without any obvious reason. But you're quite right. We don't know. Only the player who has hit the putt knows. You can only surmise and hopefully make a good guess.
Chris DiMarco to dig that one out a little bit. Missed the green. Garcia at number 7.
Well, it stayed on the green, Boogie.
And Els playing along with Chris DiMarco. And off the right for this approach into the 8th for Annie. Going to bring it round the corner, and he's found the front bunker.
Just can't afford to make these mistakes if you're up against Tiger on the final day at an Open Championship. Incidentally, from the South African point of view, Ernie's at 13 under. Retief Goosen's at 6 under. He's 2 over for the round today. Charles Schwartzel in the clubhouse at 283.71 today at 5 under. Rory Sabatini 284.72 today, 4 under, and Tim Clark is still on the golf course, but he's 5 over par and he's back on 1 under.
England's Anthony Wall, another who's had a very good tournament, championship rather. Chasing this one up the 18th. For his round today, Wall. Now Adam Scott for a birdie to get to 11 under. Well done.
Adam Scott moving up the leaderboard, holing putts today, perhaps in a way that he wasn't holing them yesterday. Brett Rumford finished with 2 birdies in the last 4 holes for his 71. Marcus Fraser playing with him finished 6.55 against the par of 5.45 for 75. And he finished 2 under. Robert Rock just inside the top 20 there. Phil Mickelson 70 today. Disappointment for all the Phil Mickelson fans. He never quite got it going this week. Jeff Ogilvy, the US Open champion, not completing the double. But maybe not surprising, he hadn't played much golf. In fact, he hadn't played any golf between the US Open and coming here, except for practicing. No competitive golf. And Marius Torp from Norway winning the silver medal, the European Amateur Champion, who led the Norwegian boys to success over the Scottish boys in the European Boys Championship, Team Championship just last week. What a good 2 weeks he's had.
Graham McDowell's had a very disappointing day, 79. And Paul Casey, a 77 to finish dead last. 10 over par for a player who came in with such high hopes and his game in such good shape. A really disappointing weekend for Casey. Now a long birdie opportunity for Woods at the 7th.
He never leaves himself really with too much to do coming back, does he? He's got the pace of these greens absolutely worked out to perfection this week. And the ones that he does let slip away a little further than that, he holds anyway, coming back. Arnold Palmer style.
Wall to finish in a blaze of glory.
It would have been nice to finish with an eagle. Still a pretty useful performance by Anthony Wall. He's going to have a birdie putt for 69 and 8 under par, which is important in the sense that it would move him into the top 10. And remember, the top 10 are back in the Open next year. It's a great consolation if you know you can play next year. You don't need to worry about qualifying or where you're going to be, top 50s in the world and all that. A very, very good week for Anthony Wall. Sluman 76, by the way. He finished at 1 under, 42nd.
Sergio Garcia for a much needed birdie. Oh, he's left himself one of those again.
For all that he was magical yesterday, he's certainly not magical today. The shine has worn off quickly.
Well, we all knew that we needed someone to really play well to have a shot at Tiger, because he wouldn't make mistakes, and at the moment no one really is. Well enough anyway. a nice little chip though. Chris DiMarco, he'll have that to save par.
Fraser Guthrie down in Australia, working and living in Sydney at the present moment, is certainly enjoying the coverage. And well, I know Fraser, and it's good that he's watching the golf. And well, I hope your particular favourite, Fraser, is doing well. I don't know who you put your money on, if you did, but good to hear from you, and I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'll see you soon.
This is such an important putt for Garcia. Yes. With his par then, still 2 over for the day after those bogeys at 2 and 3. Ernie Els.
You get the impression, I mean, it's only an impression, but you get the impression that they're all wandering around there. It's almost as if they've accepted the inevitable.
Sure they haven't, but I know what you mean, Renton.
I'm sure they haven't, you're quite right, but you just get that feeling, you know, they're all wandering around it.
We needed somebody to do what Garcia did yesterday and really play the front 9 well and put some pressure on Tiger. That's not happening at the moment. DiMarco threatened to. After that birdie at 6. And that's actually a very hard earned par there for the American. And trouble off the tee. Missed the green, but chipped and putted.
And Tom Lehman will be very happy at this performance by DiMarco, who will, I'm sure, make the team irrespective of whether he qualifies or not, because I'm sure Tom Lehman will choose him after this performance.
Lots of encouragement for the ever popular Ernie Els, but it's a drop shot, I'm afraid. And another par for Tiger.
He hasn't needed to move up a gear as he had to at St Andrews last year, when Colin Montgomery was on his tail, and then they turned for home, and you can almost see Tiger going into a different gear, a higher gear.
Suspect it may happen here as well, but you never know. Woods at the 8th. The game plan is working.
Well, he's never deviated from it. Someone in the paper was saying, you know, go on, attack the course, forget your game plan. But Tiger wasn't listening. Tiger's more sensible than that.
Relatively easy tee shot this at the 8th, 423 yards. 80% of the field have hit the fairway off this tee.
Don't tell me there's another phone going off.
Robbie Fowler, former Liverpool star, now Manchester City, former England goal scorer.
Property magnate.
Indeed, has become a wealthy boy through his property dealings. And like most footballers, a big golf fan.
Over the corner. And low and running. But the ball, I was saying, not running quite as far now as it did earlier in the week. All seems a little more sandy than it was on Thursday and Friday.
DiMarco off the 9th tee, the par 3.
Wind behind here. Whoa. No problems for DiMarco there. Get down in 2 easily enough from where he is.
Well, that was a 7, and Ernie's going with the 8. Looking to land this, the front of this green. 198 yards. Just an 8-iron. Downwind, and he's landed it exactly where he wanted to. This is a lovely shot from Ernie. Good choice of club there. Playing partners both on 12 under, but 3 behind the leader.
A lot of people who are visiting the Wirral for the first time this week to watch the golf have been very impressed by the area and the friendliness of the people. Everyone has made everyone most welcome, not least the golf club here, Royal Liverpool. They are absolutely delighted to have the Open Championship back on the rota, and I think already the R&A have said that there's every chance that it'll be coming back here again in the near rather than distant future. Andrew Cross, the captain, has done a terrific job with his own committee, and they must be very happy at the success of the event. It runs so well.
Well, the R&A have all but accepted that their policy is to have it at St Andrews every 5 years, and the other 9 courses in the rota will therefore have it once every 10 years. And I don't think it's likely we'll see any new additions to the rota for some time, Renton. I don't know what you think. I know there's 1 or 2 who'll lobby for maybe a Kingsbarns, that wonderful new course near St Andrews, but I'm not sure that it's ready for an Open just yet. I think they'll stick with the
tried and
courses
trusted
they use.
Yeah. I'd like to see an Open Championship course up in Aberdeenshire, but it's a long way away. I mean, that's one of the problems. The great thing about Lytham and Birkdale, although Lytham's a problem now because there's not a great deal of space there. Lytham and Birkdale and Royal Liverpool here is that they're right in the centre of the country, rather like the Belfry was an ideal Ryder Cup venue. It's just as easy to get from Scotland to here as it is from the south of England.
And Scots.
Nearly. Oh, but it's run on. Doesn't want to let it get away. There's a bit of momentum there, and he doesn't want to miss the one coming back, or he'll slip back to 10 under just when he was on the move.
Chris DiMarco from the back of the 9th. Going to stay on that line. Oh, it was uphill. The line was perfect, just pulled up shot, so it's a par 3 for Chris DiMarco. Bogey at the first, birdie at the 6th. Level for the day, still 12 under, but now 3 behind Tiger Woods.
This to stay 11 under. Jabbed at it. That's what he was doing yesterday, missing them on the left. So he drops a shot back to 10. Excellent.
Ernie for birdie, needs it.
Got to get them up to the hole, Ernie.
Garcia at the 8th. .162 to go, just a little cutty 8-iron, and he's in the sand. Oh, these are unforced errors.
Everybody's making mistakes except one man who's staying to the game plan and just moving it along very calmly and letting them all slip away.
And that wasn't a case of attacking or forcing or desperate looking for a birdie. That was just a careless shot. Here's Romero of Argentina.
Tiger better watch him. That's another birdie. He's at 4 today. 1 drop shot, 11 under. He's still 4 behind. Maybe Tiger doesn't need to worry too much.
I don't think Tiger's a worrier.
No.
10th tee, par 5. And the par 5s may well hold the key to this Open Championship. They've been the easiest holes all week. And as we turn into the back 9, there are 3 par 5s. Eagles will be required.
Well, Garcia's 6 under for the par 5s. DiMarco's 6 under for the par 5s. Els is 8 under for the par 5s. But guess who's 10 under? Yeah, Tiger Woods, you guessed it.
Who else?
Well, it'll be more than that now, actually, because Ernie Els will, in fact, now be 9 under because he has had a birdie at the par 5 on the outer 9, and of course, with Tiger making an eagle at that hole, he's moved to 12 under on the par 5s.
Only with 3 wood off the 534-yard 10th. Way the course is, you can very easily run out of fairway with driver, hence the 3 wood for both DiMarco and Els.
You can be lucky or unlucky. Head to head through 9 holes. Let's have a look at that. Well, DiMarco not playing quite as steadily off the tee as Ernie.
But putting better.
Correct. There's a lot to take in on that caption.
Sergio, out of the sand.
Fiona Passion, who's watching in France, says that she insists that, or at least her American friend insists that players here in the Open Championship are paid appearance money. Well, I can assure you that is a piece of nonsense. Fiona, you're absolutely right. You can put him right. There's no appearance money here at all. They play for whatever the prize money is. As Cabrera rolls that one in. But remember, that's only 10 under, 5 behind. Still, they might just come back in 31.
The very thought of paying appearance money has just had 2 members of the RNA gone for a lie down. No, none of the majors have to pay appearance money.
They don't need to.
Exactly. That's not to say there aren't other tournaments where the big names have had it made worth their while to turn up.
I've had that palms greased.
But then again, they bring in spectators, they attract television and media coverage, so...
Yeah, so they're usually, you know, appearance money is now tied up with other things, you know, being used as promotional work before the tournament begins, or going to pro-am dinners and speaking or whatever.
Tiger Woods, oh, he's left that one shot.
He could tap that in one-handed and blindfolded.
Yeah, muted applause. That wasn't one of his better putts. And although he's got this 3-shot cushion,
there's the back 9 to come.
yeah.
But from his point of view, the 2 par 5s near the end, 16 and 18, must be a godsend for him.
Jim Furyk, who looks as if he's playing in his braces.
Fluff Cowan with him. Used to caddy for Tiger.
Sergio Garcia here at the 8th. Does not have an easy putt at all to save par. Found the sand with his approach, came out to here, but this is not straightforward. He's gone to the left below right grip, as we know, to try to cure his troubles on the green. Much wrong with the putt, it has to be said.
He was out in 29 yesterday, one outside the Open Championship record. If he pars the 9th, he's going to be out today in 38.
9 shots worth cross Renton, that's a huge difference, isn't it? DiMarco landing it short, trying to let it run up to the pin. He's played it pretty well. You see the ball just runs and runs, doesn't it? You think that's going to finish close. These greens are so hard, so fast, and you have to get them close. Tricky pin positions.
I think they already have had to do that, though, with the weather conditions being what they are. Well, there's no way he's going to miss that one. Supremely confident, 15 under par.
And Els at the 10th, 6 iron from 213.
Go
Again, it's a
hard.
front pin,
Go
so he's going
hard.
to have to land it short and bounce it on. Not quite enough.
Well, it's going to, oh, they always, everything, you know, funnels into the bunkers round the green. Well, I tell you this, if Tiger Woods leads, he's currently leading by 3 as he comes to the 9th. If by any chance he's leading by even 4 or 3 with 9 to play, you'd have to say not many people could catch him. What potentially was going to be a terrific last day, for the moment at any rate, has kind of died a little bit.
I think it's what many feared, Renton, isn't it? That
Fairway,
Tiger
walk,
wouldn't
eight,
make mistakes and would pick up a couple of shots, but no one else was going to be able to get the low front 9 they were looking for, and that seems to be happening at the moment. Still, funny things happen on the back 9 on Sundays.
What is it, Tiger?
8 iron, as you can see.
This might go through. Nope. It's going to stop all right. Sensible. The great thing is it hits the ball so high. It comes down softer than any of his other rivals. He can stop it on a green where others can't. That's the difference. That's the difference.
Sergio just can't be missing greens. It's just self-inflicted wounds of the Spaniard, and the difference between the two, the last pair out, now 6 shots. And Woods once again relentlessly on the middle of the green, par at worst, forcing the others to take the chances to attack flags which are not really exposed.
Well, it's a recipe for disaster if you start attacking the flags, isn't it? Ian Woosnam, the Ryder Cup captain for Europe this year, was hoping that he might have the Open champion in his team. Doesn't look as if he's going to.
Well, I must admit, I was one of many who thought that this was the week we'd get a European winner. But at the moment, it's looking unlikely. Lovely approach there. Although I also think it's wrong to say that the Europeans or the British players have an advantage in links courses. Because
they don't.
Well, they don't. We don't play them on the tour. They may have played them as youngsters, but there are no links courses in the tour.
Except the Dunhill Links Championship. That's the only one, and that's late in the season. Well, they play Carnoustie and Kings Barnes and St Andrews, but if you were asking the professional golfers in America, probably as well as here, certainly here, could we play more links golf, they would all say yes. They all want to play this kind of golf. Maybe not in America, but they're used to their target golf in America. It's a different game over there. Which is why, of course, when we come, as Romero putts for a birdie, this time he doesn't make it, which is why, of course, in some respects, people always say, why are we not playing the Ryder Cup when it's over here on a links course, because that will give the Europeans a better chance. Well, will it? Well, not really.
Not on the evidence of this week, or indeed at the last few opens. DiMarco could do with this. This would be very interesting if he can somehow hold this and get to within 1 of Tiger, however temporarily.
He does believe. No, this time doesn't. I think some of these holes are just a little crowned, you know. You come up there to the edge of the hole and it slips away either right or left.
As the afternoon wears on, they get just a little bit crusty as well in the breeze and what is still a very warm sun.
It means you've really got to sort of give them a good wrap into the hole, but if you happen to get it wrong, of course, you've got a long one coming back.
Birdie chance for Ernie Els though. Oh, Ernie.
Everybody seems to be falling apart here and leaving it to Tiger, except DiMarco.
That was a poor putt by Ernie Els. And Sergio Garcia from off the green at the 9th. And he'll have another of those upward length putts to save par. Garcia's challenge is definitely faltering.
This one goes in, but Ernie takes 5 at a hole where he was certainly hoping for a birdie.
That first putt, he seemed to just push it straight past the hole. It never even touched it on the way past.
I think I'd give up the game if I had to putt like that. Not many people putt like that at the Glasgow club, do they?
It works for him, doesn't it? With a claw, it's not particularly attractive. But
well, the important thing is, and you hit the nail on the head, it works for him. And whatever your putting grip or style, if it works for you, great. Yes! Another birdie for Adam Scott. It's a par actually for Adam Scott. Not that was a birdie, but it was a par. Stays at 10 under. Good. Sometimes the par putts hold are as important at the end as the birdie putts.
Adam 5 behind, and Angel Cabrera looking for birdie. Argentinian.
It did come back at the end, didn't it? But beyond the hole, unfortunately.
Back to Woods.
Something's upset him. What I wonder has upset him? Is it a photographer clicking or a mobile phone? They're almost getting to the point where people are going to have to leave their mobile phones at the door or not bring them. You can't take a mobile phone onto the golf course at Augusta, can you?
Not allowed, no. Lots of things not allowed at Augusta. Not allowed to run, as I found to my cost one year. Very nearly ejected from the premises.
That's all right.
He doesn't need to hold these, does he? Just
if he needed to, he would.
yes.
I think that's the bottom line, don't you think?
He knows he's got 3 par 5s to come. If he pars the 3s and the 4s, picks up the odd birdie, he knows he will have chances at the 5s. And the others have to do something dramatic now. Out in 33, that one eagle at the 5th. Absolutely rock solid Tiger Woods. Sergio Garcia to save par at the 9th. Yep. So Garcia will be out in 39, which is 4 over par and 10 shots worse than yesterday. Massive disappointment for the young Spaniard.
And for all the the European fans who were looking for something special again from him today.
Well, he's been talked about as a potential major winner virtually since his first season. I think he's going to have to wait at least another month. Driver from DiMarco into the wind at the 11th.
And it's a much stronger wind coming back along the sea front, if you like.
Missed the fairway again, though.
2 or 3 holes right into the wind at this particular stage.
Short hole under 400 yards. Over 2 for Ernie. Not happening for Ernie Els either.
Put the camera phone away, please. Yeah, you, mate. Put it away, please.
One by one, the challengers are falling away. So the par 5 10th on the drive of the championship leader, Tiger Woods.
Quiet, please.
Once again, he's distracted by some
Folks,
movement
just
in
hold
the
the
gallery.
camera phones, please. Thank you.
I think it is. It's camera phones, I think, which are the problem.
I don't think a mobile phone made any noise when it took a picture, but does it?
It does.
It obviously
Yeah,
does.
well, some models do.
I must have a good one.
As I would expect, Renton uses the expensive model. Another terrific tee shot from Tiger Woods. 2-shot lead over Chris DiMarco, 3-shot lead over Ernie Els, and a 4-shot lead over young Andres Romero of the Argentine. Sergio has dropped right back into a shade of 9th place. And now 7 behind his playing partner.
We had a statistic, Dougie, Tiger Woods playing the final round had a far better statistic, 70.68, than Sergio Garcia, 72.45, Chris DiMarco, 72.95, Ernie Els, 71.58, Jim Furyk, 72.09, and Cabrera, 72.58. So when you look at that statistic as well, you know, it's perhaps not a surprise that the defending champion is doing so well.
Yes, that is interesting, isn't it? 2 shots better in the final round than all of his main competitors except Ernie Els, and he's 1 complete shot better than Ernie. So
yeah,
when the heat is on, Tiger gets even stronger. At the moment it's rather reminiscent of last year at St Andrews, when there looked to be a challenge on for Tiger in the first 9 holes, but eventually he cruised to victory under very little pressure, leading by 2. Still got the game face on. He really is that horrible cliche, in the zone. Look at that flag on the 10th. It's only 7 paces on and 7 off the left, so it's a very, very tight pin. You're going to have to land it short to try and get anywhere close, and as you can see, it's an undulating fairway coming in. Very tough.
Dougie, I'm going to leave you for a little while, and Steve Beddoes going to come back and join you. Good working with you.
You too, Renton. Always a pleasure. Well, Renton takes a break, and Steve slides into the seat. We look down that leaderboard, and Anthony Wall is the leader in the clubhouse at 8 under par after fine 69 today. But look at the main challengers to Tiger Woods this afternoon. Chris DiMarco 1 under, Adam Scott 1 under, but Jim Furyk 2 over, Tanahara and Cabrera both 1 over. Welcome, Steve. Kind of tough to see anyone other than Tiger at this stage, isn't it?
It is. Everyone else is struggling, playing, coming in from all directions, and meanwhile, Tiger is producing a masterclass of controlled driving.
Nice of Ricky Roberts. Ernie Els getting steady, steady. He knew that was too much, and well, that's run off the back. That's an awkward one now for Els back.
But all his opponents, all his rivals, are being forced to go for the pins, and Tiger just goes middle of the green, putt, putt, or putt. Thank you very much. I'll tell you what, if this man could have putted really well this week, he'd have been very close.
Adam Scott, surely a major winner of the future. Just 210 for Tiger into the 10th. Oh, is this the first mistake? It is. But how serious is it?
Well, there are mistakes, and then there are.
That's a Tiger mistake.
Yeah. I think he's going to go into this last round, and he's going to go through it. He doesn't want the 3-putt once. I think it's kind of personal.
Certainly his reaction to that slightly disappointing shot said a great deal about him, didn't it? Tanahara of Japan.
And that was Romero missing out there. This is Tanahara. Well done. And that puts Tanahara back to level par today. A birdie at the 12th. 10 under. He's going to get a good check.
Sergio Garcia rocking.
Go. Go.
In the hole, shouted one or two ardent supporters that possibly back their judgment with hard cash.
Yes. A bit of an interest.
We had an email in that said, why do the British fans always shout "you're the man"? And that, you know, I think that was American.
Oh, without a doubt, yes.
Who started it anyway. That was for par, of course, for Ernie Els. Going to drop a shot at 11. And now really, there's only DiMarco left, 2 behind Tiger. Ernie Els now 4 behind.
Ernie having another difficult day. He'll keep on battling, but hard to see him making up the 4 shots in Tiger Woods. As you say, Steve, this might be the one remaining challenger, especially if he holds putts like that.
What a good save. It's a par. It's looking like the Masters all over again.
Of the course, as you can see, some very nice properties out here on the Wirral Peninsula.
Sergio looking like the leader in the Tour de France. Peterson on 18. This is for birdie. He's a serious contender. It's around a 69.
It's going to be very interesting to see whether Ian Woosnam gives him a pick for the Ryder Cup team. He may still play himself, and he's trying to play the 11 events, isn't he? Playing the Deutsche Bank next week in the Scandinavian Masters in his native Sweden. Carl Peterson in a share of 8th place. Big one this for Garcia.
It's a matter of pride really for Sergio now. Don't think well, he can't win from 8 under.
Still looking for his first birdie of the day, Garcia. So the lemon outfit hasn't been lucky for him.
Here's DiMarco on the 12th with the driver.
Tough hole, the 12th, and he's done well. Right into the middle of the fairway. It may well be, as you say, Steve, that Chris DiMarco is the one remaining challenger to Tiger Woods.
Well, he's the last one standing at the moment. So Tiger, technically for an eagle. Wonderful judgment.
You can see how tough these greens are now, Steve. Because they're patchy green and brown, and heat wave really taking its toll and turning us into a true links test. All the attendant difficulties. Tiger made a mistake with his approach there, and he's still going to birdie the hole.
Yeah. Heat wave, but of course tomorrow when we're not working, you know what's going to happen. Sergio, not dissimilar the line that is to Tiger's, and the lesson almost learnt, but he's having one of those days, can't really buy a putt. You know, maybe we should go back to the first when he hold a good one to save his par. We thought that's a good sign, but maybe it was a sign of things to come.
Sergio's Open record. This is 10th Open, 4 top 10 finishes. Adam Scott, perhaps the other great young player in the world at the moment, who we feel will win a major one day.
Get up in there.
Well, he's currently 10 under. And certainly I think he could go on a run and come second. But I don't think he's going to catch this man.
I don't think anybody is now, Steve. Tiger moves to 16 under. Still with 8 holes to play. He leads by 3 from DiMarco, and by 5 from Els, and by 6 from Romero, Scott and Tanahara. So they move off to the 11th tee up in the corner there.
Someone's got a great view from their house. Just stand there doing the washing up and watching Tiger Woods.
He's cleaning up as well.
Yeah, you're doing the dishes. Well, they're turning back into the wind now. And a stretch 11 through 14, running pretty well the same direction alongside the coast. Tiger has the 3-wood out for the second time in this this event, and for the first time He misses a fairway.
Now, in ideal conditions, that would have been serious rough, but because of the heat wave we've had, it's all burned away, and it's not anything like as penal as it would normally be.
It's the first change to the game plan, but that possibly because the weather, the wind in particular, is different.
Yes, we're playing this hole with an iron off the tee every other day. And Sergio, unfortunately, is reduced really to
just be quiet, please. Thank you.
a bit part player in this championship.
Those people didn't pay to get in.
John, are you listening? Okay.
It's a young child, keeps probably doesn't know any better.
But you're right, these are people that are just out for the day on the beach and have come up to the fence to,
With the cameras
with their cameras, of course.
and the mobiles and the family, the baby.
Well, Sergio's done well, despite all the distractions and having to twice walk away from the ball. He's got it right into the middle of the fairway. Doesn't look like a fairway. I was admiring that great golf artist Graham Baxter's portrait of Hoylake, and it looks a different colour from the course we're seeing this championship played on, doesn't it?
I see he's not doing it from this is his last year.
It is, which is a shame in a way. But, Graham's paintings of golf courses around the world are wonderful, very collectible. Good approach by Yannick.
Yeah, someone else is the official artist, but his name escapes me at the moment.
Mine too.
But apparently he's very good. 160 yards now. Chris DiMarco, that's his reward for hitting a driver off the tee into the wind, 6 iron.
Very good. Birdie chance for DiMarco. 3 behind Woods, playing a hole ahead. Well, there must be a little bit of a breeze around. Not moving too quickly, but you wouldn't have seen him out there earlier in the week.
It's in the West Kirby Marina. See the boats out there are stranded now. Tide has gone out.
We were wondering yesterday just how far the tide comes in, and there's the answer. Well, that's another masterclass from Tiger Woods. This will be his 11th major.
Tiger again. This is a hole where you put a 4 on your card and march to the 12th tee. No time for heroics. And you always feel a hole like 14, where Tiger on Friday had an eagle too. You always feel Nick's golf. The hole sometimes has the last word, obviously. Just putting up a bit of sand. That's okay. That's very good. They didn't go for the pin because he ran the risk if he went for the pin of just kicking on into the bunker at the back. So took that out of play. It's brilliant to watch.
He is. He's a very, very intelligent golfer in that sense. So just 96 yards left for Sergio. It's into the wind, so we should be able to get a little bit of action on this one into the 11th. Yes, that one sits up and settles down for him. Oh, rather too late though. Well, at least it gives him a chance of his first birdie of the round.
Meanwhile, Ernie Els on the 12th. And he hasn't run up the white flag yet. Getting every putt virtually past the hole, giving it a chance of going in. But I think he's fighting a losing battle.
Adam Scott for another birdie to join Els at 11 under. Agonisingly close for the Aussie.
You know, it really would have been in with a real chance if the putter had been on form. DiMarco at 12.
Get it.
Only a par, and the pars are no longer good enough. 3 behind.
And you saw by his demeanour, yeah, a little bumpy. Well, you know, they've had 4 days, no rain.
Let's take it, Dad.
Say Daddy's got money on Els, we want him to win, so Mummy can have a new
Well, I'll
dress.
say unlucky, mother. I don't think he's going to win.
Oh, not one of Tiger's better reads.
Yeah, but it crept up, and it's probably within range. You'd expect him to make par from there. A little tentative, perhaps. But of course, it's running towards that bunker, so you know, couldn't be too rash. That's a lot of cash.
Romero, can he keep it going by saving par here? No. Great story of this young Argentinian, isn't it, Steve? And hardly made a cut earlier in the season, and then suddenly exploded into life last weekend.
Yeah. Challenge Tour graduate.
Garcia for his first birdie, after a little cheer in what has been a fairly cheerless afternoon so far. Putting is the real Achilles heel for the Spaniard.
13th tee, par 3. And Chris DiMarco. Pretty good. Bit of unlucky that it's quite a long way left, or right. You see, he looks at it. Got a birdie chance.
Quite a bit of breeze around in the stretch of holes along by the water, by the Dee estuary, the River Dee. Woods for par. Hasn't dropped a shot yet. Surely isn't going to drop one here, is he?
Oh, it sounded awfully like the commentator's curse there. You're all right.
Nothing against Tiger, but you almost want him to make just one mistake, just to give the others a glimmer of hope. At the moment, he's not offering them a chance. Disappointing finish for John Bickerton, 76. He's had a great week, John. He's pretty tired. He's played a lot of tournaments and he's taking a break now.
Six iron. Hit with draw. and even unlucky. It's been about a yard further, it might have kicked straight, and you can see if it had been online, it was until it landed. It would have been very, very close.
This is Tanahara.
Tanahara is, well, that's a birdie at 14, and he's up to 11 under.
And if that hadn't hit the hole, it was going about 8 feet past. Well done, Hideto Tanahara. Scott for another birdie opportunity. Well done.
You wonder though, too little, too late?
I think so. Played very solidly all week, as you were saying, though, Steve. Just hasn't held quite enough putts. 5 behind, 3 to play. Difficult driving hole, the 12th. Tiger sticking to the game plan with the iron, making sure he's short of the fairway bunker. He's done it again.
He's back in familiar ground, back on the middle of the fairway.
A little serial bar for energy for the Tiger.
Yeah, great shame for the manufacturer. He didn't get close up with that. That'd been worth a few bob.
Probably paid a few bob to eat them.
Yeah.
The lemon drop kid.
Tweety pie.
The lemon's been a bit sour this afternoon, though, hasn't it? Poor old Sergio, such high hopes. Desperate to win his first major, the major that he's been tipped for what, 5 years now at least. He's going to have to sort out the putting, though, isn't he, Steve? That's the real problem.
Certainly is. Sergio was running off the tee there. There you are, there's that bar. I'm not really familiar with them, so I couldn't tell you what make it is.
Yeah, a bit healthy for you, Beds, really, isn't it?
Well, I'm eating fairly healthily now. Not eating that much. Mind you, can't in this heat.
That's actually the great thing about this heat, isn't it? You do tend to eat less, which you and I could probably both do with.
Well, just a couple of pounds, you know. I think the fish and chip shop on the course, and there's several of them. I think they've done a roaring trade.
Not as well as the ice cream shops.
No, they've done even better. I remember Andrew Castle at Slady Hall. I digress just a minute, but he went to interview an ice cream man at Slady Hall. It was horrible, the weather, and he said he hadn't sold many, and he said, well, I'm not surprised your prices, they nearly came to blows. It's a bar, but it's not enough.
Been a frustrating weekend for Ernie, hasn't it? That wonderful 65 on Friday after an opening 68. He was right in there playing wonderfully, but a 71 yesterday was a bit of a struggle, and I'm afraid it's been a struggle again today. He's 1 over for the round. Tiger Woods leads by 3 from Chris DiMarco and by 5 from Adam Scott, Hideto Tanahara and Els.
SK Ho. Playing with Simon Khan. 75 for Khan. I thought for a minute, I thought, no, that doesn't look like Ho. He's from Chingford, Arsenal fan. We had the discussion yesterday, didn't we?
Ho might well be an Arsenal fan as well. Not from Chingford, though.
Chingford career.
the 12th, only 4 paces off the right, so you can't go right of it.
Ah, put the camera phones away.
Please, folks, have some consideration for the players, please.
And he's getting more and more upset. People want to get a photograph. You know, the guy that wrote in it earlier and said, why can't we? I think you saw there. That's why people can't be trusted, you know. There's no one better at resetting himself.
Didn't look delighted with it as it drifted off right. It has. We said he couldn't miss it right. You can see how close to the edge of the green the pin is.
Quiet, please.
Well, how much of that do you blame on the distraction?
Quite a lot. So Chris DiMarco won't know it, but this is a very important putt at 13. If he gets this, he goes within 2 at the moment, and he's got it. So DiMarco 14 under, Tiger 16 under, but in trouble on 12.
Wow, a very interesting 60 seconds there. A mistake by Woods and a birdie from DiMarco. Maybe it's not over yet. Hey ho. A birdie for the Korean. Well played indeed. Excellent round of golf by S.K. Ho. A 70. A total of 8 under par. A couple of drop shots. In fact, 3 drop shots in the back 9, but very, very good week's work.
He's had a good week right from day one. And he was featured on Thursday morning.
He'll be back next year. So Tiger Woods leads by 2, but that may be down to 1 in the next few moments. Adam Scott, Tanahara and Els at 11 under, and Carl Peterson in with a 69, doing his Ryder Cup chances no harm at all. Andres Romero and Jim Furyk, who's been a little bit disappointed today, the American, 2 over for his round. Jim Furyk, S.K. Ho and Anthony Wall will both be delighted with their day's work. So will Ben Crane of the US, Peter Lonard and Hal Cabrera and Sergio Garcia certainly all will be, I think, a little disappointed with the way things have gone.
Jeff Ogilvie with a 72.
Good effort by Jeff, considering he hasn't played since winning the US Open at Winged Foot at all. He's been home in Australia and accepting all the congratulations that he's well due.
Mark Kalkovecker has played in every Open since about 1987. He's been a great supporter of the championship.
Yeah, I spoke to him in the range beforehand, Steve, and he said it's his favourite week of the year. He just loves this kind of golf, and of course has wonderful memories of the Open Championship after his win at Royal Troon. Long may he continue to support it.
Well, DiMarco looking to find the fairway at 14, and he's done it. That's good.
Well, just about time for me to take my leave of you, Steve. I'll see you next week in Hamburg, no doubt, for the Deutsche Bank, by which time we'll know who the new Open champion is. I'll leave you once again in the capable hands of Renton Laidlaw.
Cheers, Dougie. I can't believe you're going for this shot.
I'm still watching.
Third shot for Tiger Woods at the 12th. It's got to be short. Who's 11 under. Running out of holes. rejoin us, Renton, at possibly a pivotal moment. Tiger Woods putting to say par. Hasn't had a bogey on the card so far. So a drop shot goes, and he's only one ahead of DiMarco now.
Well, it's a real old battle between the two Americans now, isn't it? Things can change. A birdie from DiMarco at 13, a drop shot at 12 from Tiger, 15 under par. I think he was trying to get to 20 under today in order to beat his previous best, which was 19 under when he won at St Andrews in 2000.
Well, what you got now is Chris DiMarco has the opportunity perhaps to set the agenda. This is Adam Scott, second to 16. It's going down. Well, provided the line's okay, it may not be too bad.
Not a great deal has gone right for Sergio Garcia today. Now they tried to go in, but they needed to go in earlier than that. He makes a birdie, his first of the day, would you believe, at the 12th. He moves to 9 under par, he's 6 behind. Well, could he do something spectacular over the closing holes? Have we spoken about Carl Pettersson? 3 birdies in the last 4 holes for a 69 for Pettersson, who's lying 6th, and that will help his Ryder Cup points.
It was noted in dispatches. Well, Chris DiMarco, the man with the spotlight on him, a long iron in. It's in to win, 205 yards, and he's got a 3 iron.
It's the hole where earlier in the week Tiger Woods hole. It's a blind second shot. You don't. Oh well, that's gone straight into the thickish rough there and bounced around. Not quite sure where it's finished. This is a father who's here. His mother died on July the 4th, and he was saying to us earlier this week that he feels that she's here with him. And will never ever not be there with him when he's playing golf. So it's been an emotional roller coaster for DiMarco. This is the way he's handling the grieving period. Not everybody handles it this way. Everybody handles it in a different way, and one sympathizes with him.
Ernie Els just a little closer than DiMarco. 5 iron, 193.
Lovely shot from Els, gives himself a very good birdie chance. That is one of the best shots that he's played today so far. Currently 11 under par, sharing that 11 under par spot with Adam Scott and Hideto Tanihara. 3 behind DiMarco, 4 behind Woods. This is Garcia at 9 under at the 13th. Just had his first birdie of the afternoon.
Stay right there. Stay right there.
There's a chance, but not bad.
He's talked a lot to the ball today, but the ball hasn't listened.
Well, he's talking in English. Maybe he should try Spanish.
Now Tiger.
Very important shot. 193 it is today. He finds the target. Long putt though, and one or two of the crowd getting a little bit carried away with the excitement. It's a shame if one or two spoiled it for the vast majority that have been excellent this week.
Scott at the 16th. This is for an eagle. He played it beautifully. Should make a birdie. And if he makes a birdie, he moves to 12 under par and moves into third place on his own.
And you never know, Tiger's got a very long putt at 13.
This is lying rather awkwardly for Chris DiMarco.
Yeah, his third shot didn't come out too badly.
He's got that for par. It wasn't a very good lie. It wasn't a very good position for him to be in there, and he did well to get it, in fact, onto the green, I think. This for 12 under for Adam Scott at 16, Steve. Oh, it went in.
Well, 12 under now. I suppose if he could finish birdie eagle.
Well, that would be very nice. The Australians would be delighted too.
You know, there is precedent when he won the Diageo at not Glen Eagles, wasn't it? And he finished eagle at 16 and 18. I mean, he won it by about 12 shots or 10 shots or something. It was a quite supreme display. So he's capable.
Very capable.
And possibly this was why we saw Tiger spend so much time on the putting green before he set out on his round.
He's on the green. That's better than being off it. But he's a long way from the hole. For any normal person, this might be a tough two putt, but maybe not for Tiger. It's rolling on. Oh, that's an excellent putt. Beautiful shot from Tiger, guaranteeing.
I think he was possibly between clubs and opted for short being better to be better than long, and so it's proved. You know, and ahead DiMarco's got a heck of a difficult shot to save par. Times there are changing. What the leaderboard is.
15 under par with 5 holes to play. 4 holes to play.
Andres Romero. Nice birdie. 16.
That's 10 under par. Andres Romero had a very good week, but perhaps wasn't ready to win a major.
Well, somehow Chris DiMarco has got to make this putt. There's not a lot of break in it.
This is a man who makes the impossible happen, though. Oh my goodness me! What a par! That just disappeared down the hole like a scurrying rabbit.
Well, that will get Tiger's attention behind, and he will think that raw. He'll think DiMarco's made birdie.
You'll think that's a 3, but it's not. It's a 4 for Chris DiMarco. It keeps him at 14 under par, just 1 behind Tiger Woods. What a putt from the man who has twice lost playoffs for majors.
Garcia. Back for a birdie. One shot in it. Chris DiMarco having played 1 more and has 4 left to play, and he can, just to repeat, he can set the agenda now.
And what did we say? We said that this event, this championship, would be decided in the last 3 holes.
Well, Early makes his birdie at 14. The approach shot deserved it. So he's now 12 under.
He's tied with Adam Scott for 3rd place, just ahead of Hideo Tanihara.
Well.
Not all over yet.
Oh no. And they do say that golf's a boring game, but I don't believe them.
Well, it suddenly picked up again anyway. There was perhaps a little time just around about the turn when Tiger seemed to have the measure of all his opponents. But Chris DiMarco has just given him a wake-up call. Garcia has lost it completely. It's certainly going to finish in the rough, if not in that bunker. Will it get that bunker? Yes, it does.
Never any chance
of missing it.
Of missing it, no. They are superbly positioned, the pot bunkers at Hoylake. Tiger makes it a long hole. Going with the 2-iron again.
Just as long as he stays out of the bunker, stays on the fairway, that's all he's looking for here. And that has been achieved. Since 1995, John Daly, Tom Lehman, Justin Leonard, Mark O'Meara, Tiger Woods twice, Ben Curtis and Todd Hamilton have all been American winners of the Open Golf Championship. Only Ernie Els in 2002 and Paul Lawrie in 1999 have prevented American successes in this event since 1995.
Yeah, it helps when you've got Tiger Woods on your side there.
It certainly does.
And he's really trying everything he knows to get closer.
Scott Verplank finished in 75 for 3 under. He's 32nd. 73 for Retief Goosen. He finished in the top 15. A couple of birdies in the last 4 holes, but not a week when he was at his best. Last of the short holes. Excellent shot from DiMarco. Gives himself the chance of a 3rd 2 on the card. Remember, he had a 2 at the 6th. He made a 2 at the 13th, and now he's got the chance of another 2 at the 15th, the last of the short holes on this golf course. .76 for Jerry Kelly. He came home in 40. He finished 4 under. Robert Allenby 74. Started off with a double bogey. Never really got going. and he has finished at 17th at the present moment. Coming down the last, Peter Leonard and Greg Owen. Leonard's 1 over for the day, Greg Owen 4 over for the day, 7 under and 4 under respectively. But we'll stick with Tiger at the moment. As we won't stick with Tiger. We'll go to Hidetto Tanihara, who's got an eagle putt here at 16. He's going to make a birdie. That would move him to 12 under if he pops it in.
Yeah, he's playing with Calcavecchia. Calcavecchia is 2 under, 4 under at the moment. Now, I'm not sure Tiger Woods can reach Friday. It was pandemonium here, and you're about to see why if you missed it. Perfect blue sky and semi-blind shot for Tiger, so we didn't see this, but good news travels fast. That was a real bonus.
Hold up, please. Thank you.
Tiger in good position. Sergio has just come out of the bunker. He found off the tee, so he will be playing 3 to the green in just a moment. All these holes along the seafront are into the breeze.
Yep, they all run the same way. 4 iron for Tiger Woods. After it. Oh, what a beauty. That might be signed, sealed, delivered. The Open Championship. Tiger Woods.
Absolutely perfect hit, and the perfect result for Tiger at the 14th. Any Els meanwhile?
At the 15th.
This for 2. Was almost going to bend a lot, and he very nearly got it right. But I think that just sums up the day for Ernie. It's going to be nearly, but not quite. You never know, but that's the way it looks at the moment.
It's going to be agonisingly close, and really that hurts these top pros. And if they lose by 6 shots or something, that's okay. They can accept that. But lose a major by 1 shot, and that hurts for quite some while.
This to go 12 under for Tanihara. He's just keeping plugging away and going really well. Man from Japan. DiMarco put a birdie.
This one to draw level. Unlucky.
Gave it a chance, didn't he?
You won't know that Tiger Woods has put it pretty close behind at 14. Moves on to the 16th tee. Still 14 under.
Could be 2 behind Tiger Woods any minute, though. Adam Scott has held another one, but that's for a 5 at 17, which has been one of the more difficult holes all week. Just looking at the course statistics, it's the second most difficult hole at the present moment, the 4th most difficult for the week, but second most difficult today.
Meanwhile, Tiger Woods is on the second most difficult for the week, the 14th. Second most difficult for most of us.
You really have to admire Tiger Woods for the way he plays. You know, there is so much interest in him, so many people moving around, so many photographers. He's always got to be protected, and that's why he has the bodyguards, and that's another pressure for him. And these fellows, although perhaps a little obtrusive, do a good job. It's been a bad day though for Garcia. 3 over, 9 under, and this is for par.
Yeah, found sand off the tee. So we'll slip back to 8 under. And if, of course, Tiger holds his, he's a hole at 8 shots behind. And he started, there was only 1 shot in it.
Sixteenth is downwind today. He seems very happy with it. Certainly reachable in 2. The 16th today has produced 36 birdies, 2 eagles. It's the second easiest hole on the golf course, and the 18th is the third easiest.
Now what is it, 8 feet for Tiger Woods to go 16 under?
When he won at St Andrews in 2000, he had a 19 under par winning total. He'd love to have finished 20 under. If he pops this one in for 16 under, if he did get a couple of birdies or an eagle at the close, he might still make it.
I think he's going to content himself with just looking at the claret jug on his mantelpiece.
Well, I think he's got to make sure that he wins the tournament, the championship. I should say championship. We shouldn't say tournament for the Open, the championship, because if he was 3 or 4 shots ahead, he might think about finishing 20 under, but no, his main aim is to win the claret jug for the 3rd time.
He's got a game plan, and he is sticking to it. And this for birdie. And this to go 3 under for the day, and 16 under for the championship. Yep.
Well holed by Tiger Woods. 3 under for the day, 16 under as Steve says. He goes to the short 15th with a 2-shot lead over Chris DiMarco and a 4-shot advantage over Els and Hideto Tanihara. Adam Scott, having just dropped a shot at 17, is lying joint 5th with Jim Furyk.
Greg Owen, who had high hopes of perhaps finishing leading home player. That honour is going to go to Anthony Wall. Got a birdie to finish for Owen.
That's going to be a 75, Steve, for Greg Owen. He's going to finish outside the top 20. Playing with Peter Lonard, who finished 5-6 bogey for 39 home and 74. 6 under par for Lonard, finishing 16th. If you're looking to get a birdie at just the time you want it, that was the time to get it, wasn't it, Steve?
Oh yeah, I mean, nobody knows the twos and fro's, the pros and cons better than Tiger. And if you're a rival of his, he knows how to wound.
Michael Cabrera's just made a birdie at 16 to move into the top 10. Anthony Wall still the leading British player, Adam Scott the leading Australian, Ernie Els the leading South African, Tanihara the leading Japanese golfer. Two Americans in first and second place as we watch DiMarco's second to the 16th. Very reachable.
6 iron, 215 yards.
Dog it.
That's why. No shot from there. He will have to go past the pin and can only make it a par unless he does something sensational on the putting green. Big mistake, which Tiger Woods won't know. I'd say won't care, but you know what I mean. Even to get to lucky break. You gonna give him that?
I certainly would give him it, because he's never going to miss it, is he?
Well,
if he does, it'll be a surprise. He surprised us yesterday, mind you, by missing 3 putts which were holeable on the back 9. 7 iron for Ernie Els here at 16. That shows how short downwind this hole is playing.
Just a little. God.
Crafty pin, that one, isn't it?
well, that's one way of describing it.
Devilish.
Well, I mean, it's very nearly on the green.
5:30 here at Royal Liverpool Golf Club, the Hoylake links. Sergio Garcia on the short 15th.
Go. Go.
If only he could have done that a little earlier.
Tanihara on the 17th. He really is having a great tournament. Let's hope he can finish it off. That's off the green. Now it's on again.
Rush of blood, though.
Well, in a way, it's a good sign. You know, he's still trying.
In 2005, on the PGA Tour, he finished 224th on the money list. He made 6 of 20 cuts, and never had anything better than tied 31 at the BC Open, which was played opposite the Open Championship, which was won by Tiger Woods at St Andrews last year.
Yeah.
So this performance by Tanihara is something very special.
Yeah. Matter of fact, they're still playing the BC Open right now. See, that's third shot. He's got a chance, an outside chance for a birdie. But you suspect that Tiger will make his birdie perhaps on this hole with undue fuss.
Is Tiger Woods going to be the third American to win here? Walter Hagen won in 1924, Bobby Jones as part of the Grand Slam in 1930. Tiger Woods in 2006 perhaps.
So Adam Scott's second shot to the 18th.
Don't tell me. Got to watch. Oh, he's out of bounds.
Yeah, unfortunately.
He's out of bounds. Would you believe it?
Oh dear. Marking another ball, which he will play as his 4th.
Well, that's an expensive shot, that.
Yeah. Too little, too late, unfortunately, but full credit to Garcia.
9 under, flying 7s with Cabrera, with Romero and Peterson. Ernie, for 14 under.
Good chance.
A good putt, wasn't it? Good attacking putt from Ernie Els. No eagle, but should make a birdie.
They all seem to be coming up just short.
When Sean O'Hare finished about an hour and a half ago, he finished birdie for his 67.
You mentioned Walter Hagen and Tiger Woods being the third American to win here, and that was kind of apt because if he does win, he will pass Walter Hagen's record of 10 major wins and become the second most successful golfer of all time with 11 majors. I think he's going to do it. Tiger is just waiting for the group that are on the 18th tee. They're just driving at the moment. Meanwhile on the 17th, this is DiMarco. This has got to go in somehow. What a brave player. Oh, he's got guts.
Just one behind Tiger Woods, moves to 15 under par. Chris DiMarco will not go away. Woods for 17 under. Oh, that's unbelievable stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wonderful stuff from Tiger. Wonderful stuff from Chris DiMarco. Wonderful golf.
But Tiger leads by 2.
With 2 par 5s reachable to come before the end. It's quite on the cards that Tiger could finish birdie. Just like Hale Irwin did in the first round of the Barclays Scottish Open last week at Loch Lomond.
Got a birdie there at 16 for Ernie Els. He goes to 13 under. And DiMarco really was a good birdie. I didn't think he could get down in 2 from there.
Now, Tiger Woods will know exactly what's happening, won't he? Because Steve Williams will know and will have told him.
Well, they're on the 16th tee now. As we watch DiMarco on the 17th tee.
He's made a game of it, hasn't he, DiMarco? It's not been as easy for Tiger as he thought it might be.
Well, probably with Tiger's game plan, it was, you know, designed not to take the course apart, but to bit by bit dismantle it. And Tiger, by that criteria, possibly didn't expect to win by many, but he expected to win.
Sergio Garcia moving up with his birdie at the short 15th has edged Anthony Wall, the leading Briton, out of the top 10, who automatically qualify for the Open next year.
Wood for Tiger Wood, which was his club of choice yesterday.
Well, Woods has finished 4-4-3, that's 3 under. 4-4-5, 1 under, and 4-5-4, 1 under over the last 3 holes in the earlier 3 rounds. Let's just see what DiMarco has done over the same holes. DiMarco's finished 1 under, level, and 1 under. So over the last 3 holes, over the first 3 days, Tiger has the edge. Helped by that eagle, of course.
No, there's not much to separate them. It's Garcia on the 16th tee, 554 yards. And I think that would be okay. Just ran and ran and ran.
Everybody coming down. There's going to be a huge number of people at 18 when Tiger comes down to, he hopes, win the first Open played here for 39 years. Chris DiMarco may have other ideas, of course.
Romero. That's our chance of a birdie at the 18th. He really has had a fantastic week. Unlucky. 45-year-old. I expect he can barely take it all in.
Zurich for a par at 17.
Did I say that young Romero was 45?
I thought you did.
Apologies to him if I did, but he's 25. And I could well have got it wrong, but...
well, I mean, a good performance, wasn't it? By
yeah, played like a 45-year-old,
He did,
yeah,
yes.
the experience.
Well, Scott was out of bounds at the 18th, and so he's putting here for a 6. And he hasn't held it, so he's going to be a double bogey 7. 5-7 finish for, he dropped 3 shots in the last 2 holes in a round of 72, the Australian Adam Scott. And he's back on 9 under par, lying joint 6th with Cabrera, Garcia, Romero and Carl Peterson. That was a very, very costly finish for Adam Scott. He started 5-5, bogey, finished bogey, double bogey.
Young Romero. Well done. Splendid week, splendid fortnight.
71.
Very lucrative fortnight as well.
Very lucrative fortnight when you consider he had a good finish up at Loch Lomond last week to get into this championship. And now he's finished 6th. And I'll just tell you what the prize money is. If you're joint 6, you're going to make about how many players? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players joint 6. You're going to make 100 and odd £1,000.
Mm. And get invited back next year. 280 yards, a 3-iron. It's into wind. What a shot! What a shot!
And the way he's been putting, that could go straight into the back of the hole. He is keeping the pressure on Tiger.
Who's on the 16th?
Slide it something to make sure. Just work it off the next side.
Just 200 yards left.
Nothing dramatic from Tiger, I don't think here. Just get it on the green, make sure you don't drop a shot. If you're on the putting surface, hopefully you'll 2-putt, maybe you'll 1-putt. You certainly won't, hopefully 3-putt, but if you miss the green, anything can happen. Well, in fairness to Tiger Woods, when he's off the green, usually he can get down in 2.
It's so easy, really, to call Tiger Woods shots because you know, you call the shot and you know he's going to hit it there if you get it right. It was a perfect shot, you know. Took all the risk out of the hole.
He is so special. And Els at 17. Almost went right into the hole, didn't it?
Well, there's a man that's tried everything he could, and he's going to come up just short, not for want of trying.
Garcia currently 6th, but trying to improve on that, trying to get ahead of Furyk and Tanihara.
That's another, well, he's brave, I guess, but it's, you know, when he's so far down the field now, 9 under, he's going for the pins, and he might well pop that in and go to the next tee 11 under.
Meanwhile, perhaps you'll see how your own particular favourite Zan Allenby finishing 6 under, Ames 1 under, Brad Bryan 8 over. Former winner Kalkovic, yeah, -3. 77 today for Casey, that was a surprise. But let's just watch Tiger Woods as he comes down here. Terrific concentration. He won his other 2 Open Championships at St Andrews.
Yeah, 1 or 2 snipers were saying, well, maybe he can only win at St Andrews. They will be silenced now.
But wait a minute, this is DiMarco. Keep this in mind. This is for 3. This is to get within 1 shot again. Oh, and this time it just turns off. And it's just going to be a par. You might look back and say, if only that one had gone in. DiMarco stays 15 under over the 4.
He's more likely to look back at the front 9 and say, you know, only made 1 birdie there and 1 bogey out in 35. He's done very well since. For 3 birdies, no bogeys.
If you were Tom Lehman, you would choose him if he wasn't in the team. I think he'll be in the team automatically anyway.
Well, he's going to go up. Well, he's 21st in the American table at the moment, but he will climb very near to the top 10 if he finishes 2nd here today.
And the Els
for a 3.
Now, Ernie saw the other putt slip away there. Didn't learn too much from it, but
Tiger Woods for eagle. This would, I think, wrap it up. Oh, it would almost start the engine. He goes 18 under, 3 birdies in a row.
He just moved up that gear, didn't he? He was going round in 4th and moved up to 5th just to make absolutely sure. Leads by 3, 2 holes to play. He makes the birdie at 16 when DiMarco can only make par at 17. And Els makes par and stays 13 under in 3rd place with 1 to play.
Sergio for an eagle. Cool. Well, they're a very proud race, the Spaniards, and I think it's personal pride which has carried Sergio along, and to his great credit, that puts him at 11 under, and only one adrift to where he started.
After going out to the turn in 39 without making a birdie, dropping 4 shots to par. The par out is 35. He has just gone birdie eagle. This for 12 under for Hideo Tanihara. What a performance by him here this week.
Might be expensive.
(72, 68, 66) in the closing round of 71 for Hideo Tanihara from Japan. He hasn't won for the Open Championship this year, but he knows he's coming back next year to play in it. He'll be an automatic qualifier, finishing in the top 10.
And the prize money probably means he can fly first class back to Japan.
The camera's away, please.
17 then.
Just put
All
your
the
phone off.
helicopters are warming up, but even their noise can't drown the noise of mobile phones.
Waiting for the helicopter to go away. I don't know why these helicopters are allowed to come so close to the golf course at this particular time. A very crucial point in the championship. Players all week have found it difficult to find this fairway. It's been the second most difficult fairway to hit. So let's see whether Garcia can. Oh, he can. All of a sudden, with the pressure off, if you like, he's playing some of the golf that we saw him play yesterday.
I'm sure Tiger will resort to the 2-iron again. Yep, there it is. A couple of bunkers on the left-hand side. He just wants to take those out of play. Two sets of traps, in fact, and every day he's placed his tee shot between the two sets of traps.
You're in there!
There you are. It really has been a display of immaculate driving. He's missed one fairway. One fairway only. He's hit every other fairway, slap bang in the middle. And he's 3 shots clear.
You can't help but be impressed by Tiger Woods. Furyk, second shot at the 18th. He's looking for a birdie to get ahead of Tanihara, who's in the clubhouse on 11 under. Furyk's 11 under. Good shot. 2 putts from there will give him 12 under par and 4th place on his own.
Yeah, there are lots of players that have had good weeks. This man played very well yesterday, not so well today. 2 over, 9 under for the championship.
All went wrong very early for Angel Cabrera when he ran up a 7 at the second. Oh, look at this here. He's given himself a chance of an eagle to finish 11 under. Furyk 2 putts for 12 under. 1 putt to match Ernie Els. Hang on, wait a minute. DiMarco keen to get away there, but it wasn't his honour.
I know you don't. I remember.
Well, they've had exactly the same numbers for the last 3 holes. 4 holes ago, they'd only had a birdie to DiMarco's par, so that's why he's got the honour. obscenely huge. Looks like a 3-wood for DiMarco.
Two safe shots off the final tee for Els and DiMarco. Now they're going to go across the out of bounds to the final green, just across the edge there. Now that was where Adam Scott led his second drift, and he went out of bounds with the second shot and ended up by taking a 7. But Allenby and Ogilvy and Rumford and Rock and O'Hare and S.K. Ho and Anthony Wall and Carl Peterson all made birdies.
And 23 yards to the flag. 4 iron for Tiger Woods.
Center of the green again. That's all right. Not quite the center of the green, but no trouble for Tiger.
Well, all the trouble was right of the green, so he never flirted with it.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
I'll see you guys in South Africa tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right.
He flies out tonight.
No, I won't see you, thank goodness. They get caught with.
Well, Ernie will be arriving in Johannesburg. That's Cabrera, who has the sponsorship of South African Airways there on his chest. I didn't quite understood that.
They like him. So a closing birdie then for Cabrera. 73 in the final round for Cabrera. Rounds of 71, 68, 66 yesterday, giving him the chance of perhaps putting Tiger under pressure today, but it didn't quite happen. 73 for 10 under.
169 for Sergio. And even he can't get close to the pin. And the ball's still moving away.
Furyk has got a putt here for a birdie. 3 Americans in the top half dozen at the present moment: Woods, DiMarco and Furyk. A South African, a Japanese and a Spaniard, the other 3. Well done. 4 for Furyk, 71 for him. Following rounds of 68, 71, 66, 71. And Jim Furyk is in the clubhouse in 4th place on 12 under par. Just edging ahead of Tanihara, who's on 11 under. Carl Peterson now is joint 8th. And he will have done his Ryder Cup chances a power of good with this performance.
As indeed will this man. For the US team, of course. Well, he must make it an eagle. Got a chance.
Scuttling on. Oh, whoa, they're all asking it to stop. And it's still running.
Cruel. I think he possibly failed to factor all the adrenaline in there. It's a long shot, wasn't it? So it looks as if it's been a battle well fought by Chris DiMarco, but ultimately this man Tiger Woods has he so often does, is going to come out on top.
This is just a two-putt for Tiger, isn't it? I mean, he's not going to do anything, so he's not going to go for the hole or anything. He's just going to make sure that he doesn't three-putt.
It's a difficult one to unlock though, because he's got quite lush grass that for the first 2 or 3 yards, and then spots that are brown, spots that are green, somewhere in the dustbin lid.
Ernie Els, just a 7-iron for Ernie Els at this final hole, this final par 5. He's in the ideal line to the flag. Oh, and he very nearly hit it out of bounds. Gosh.
Who's that remind you of? 7-iron on the 18th hole, 72nd.
Winged foot, Colin Montgomery.
He was thinking the same way.
It's beautiful putt.
I mean, he simply can't, you know that.
Quality. I was speaking to Mike Clayton, you know, the Australian who used to play in the European Tour and now writes for The Age in Melbourne and does a very interesting column on the internet. And I said to Mike this morning, I said, who's going to win, Mike? He said, Tiger. Why did you ask the question?
Just making conversation, Mike.
Well, he gave Tiger a bit of a run for his money, Chris DiMarco. It's been a very emotional time for him with the death of his mother at the beginning of this month. Tremendous sympathy for Chris DiMarco. But I tell you this, he has played heroically, and I'm sure Tom Lehman will have noticed that, the American Ryder Cup captain. Anyway, this is Sergio Garcia at 17. There's a ridge just to know where this hole, where this putt is going to break across the ridge. He's given it a chance. Go on, go on. Oh, well. Both of them should make their pars. And Garcia will need an eagle to tie Ernie Els on 13 under. Or a birdie to tie Jim Furyk.
Meanwhile, on the 18th green, I suppose Ernie Els has got a little bit to aim at. Nip quickly back to 17. Sergio makes his par. I'm sure Tiger Woods in just a moment or two will make his.
We'll not have a Jean van der Velde situation here this week at Royal Liverpool as we had at Carnoustie.
Yeah, might have one next year.
Well, we're at Carnoustie next year. As Tiger makes his par, he's 5 under for the day, Tiger Woods. And he has a 3-shot advantage over his nearest rival going down the last. He's poised to become the 19th person to win 3 Opens.
Run.
I wonder if we could get into a situation, Steve, where not only does Tiger Woods beat Jack Nicklaus's 18 majors record, but also beats Harry Varden's 6 Opens.
He wouldn't bet against it. That's It's all to look forward to in years to come. DiMarco fighting all the way.
That for a par, that for a birdie, I should say, and 16 under. But any hope he has of winning the Claret Jug is dependent on Tiger Woods making a mistake, and there is no indication that Tiger is going to do that.
Final hole then for Sergio Garcia. He did not spare the rod, and he's got to be careful with the out of bounds on the right. He's flirting. Oh, lucky boy.
Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Lucky boy.
If that gone out of bounds, that might have helped Anthony Wall.
Story, I suppose, ultimately of Ernie's week. Another great performance for the weekend, 2 rounds of 71, which added to his opening 68, and then a brilliant 65, 13 under, not quite good enough.
Another top 10 finish for him as we watch Tiger Woods use an iron off the tee at the last. He takes no chances.
Now DiMarco. The birdie. Well done. Really good effort.
68 to finish for Chris DiMarco. 70, 65, 69, 68 for Chris DiMarco, and he finishes second on 16 under par. And listen to the applause for Chris DiMarco.
Well, he said he wanted to be loved. I think he is. So the crowd now will settle in to proclaim the champion. And here he comes, and his entourage. And he's still leaving nothing to chance. There's Elin, Mrs. Wood. At the back of it, 18.
Still focused, still in the office, still working hard. He can celebrate later. And on to the crowd there from Tiger, always so polite. And another wonderful performance. And he'll come to Carnoustie next year again as the defending champion, trying to do what Peter Thompson and one other, Jamie Anderson, I think, have done in the past since 1860, win 3 in a row. And who would vote against him? Carnoustie.
Not me, but Carnoustie, if they had the rough like it was last time.
No, they won't, though. They won't. They won't.
Spoke with the authority of an RNA member.
Yes, the last time it was at Carnoustie, it was rather spoiled by the rough.
I mean, Sergio was almost in tears, if I recall. Called for his mum.
What's happening now? Something's happening. Some people not seeing, perhaps.
Tiger just working out. It's 245 yards.
He's got a 3-shot advantage, a 2-shot advantage now over Chris DiMarco, I beg your pardon. And he's still not going to take any chances.
Well, this perhaps the last meaningful shot. He puts this on the green, and the engraver can start putting Tiger Woods or T Woods on the claret jug.
I think they actually put Tiger, don't they?
We'll probably see in a moment.
Excellent shot, and you can see the purple powder that's been thrown stupidly onto the green. I don't quite know why, but I don't think it's going to affect anything. He's had a streaker run on to the green when he came to win at 2000 in St Andrews. A streaker came on, and the funny thing about it was that she was chased by the officials of the police, but they all stopped at the green because they knew they couldn't go on the green. She didn't know. She ran right across it.
Get in the hole!
Just a little harder for Sergio's third shot. You can see the wind helping, and the pin just behind those bunkers, as it's been cut most of the week, I think. So difficult to get close.
Well, this has been another week which is really all about Tiger Woods. The man who's chasing Jack Nicklaus's 18 major record is going to win his 11th major here at Hoylake. And thanks to Steve Williams, they've been a tremendous partnership. The crowd love him. The crowd appreciate the skill of this man. There's his wife and his wife's sister. An impressive performance, as always, by a consummate player and competitor. And now he can afford to smile. Now the game faces off. He's got that 2-shot advantage. He's just through the back of the green at the par 5 in 2. The pressure is virtually off. Not quite, but virtually off. Walter Hagen won 11 major championships, and now Tiger Woods joins him in second place. Ben Hogan won 9, Gary Player 9, Tom Watson 8, Harry Varden, Bobby Jones, Gene Sellers and Sam Steed, Arnold Palmer all won 7. But Woods and Hagen with 11 lie second to Jack Nicklaus with 18. Jack, who was here earlier this week but isn't here at the present moment, he has flown home and will be watching this, I've no doubt, on television.
There's the engraver, Gary Harvey, hard at work, and he is riding Tiger Woods.
His father did it for many years. In 1973, Alec Harvey began to engrave the trophy at the site, so that when the player received the claret jug, it was already engraved. That was decided really to do that after Roberto Di Vicenzo returned the cup without having had it engraved, the claret jug without engraving it. But now it's done every year at the end of play. And Gary, who was an apprentice to his father Alec, who did it since 1973, has taken over on his own this year. So it stays in the family.
Well, they're already celebrating in the Woods camp. First, it will be Sergio Garcia to play, and you know, Sergio, what is he, 11 under, chance to finish 12 under, worth a lot of money. And Sergio walked up to the green and just saw the purple powder, most of it removed, or most of it it's going to affect the shot removed. And Sergio, I think he's not going for the pin. No, he's going sideways, forward and sideways. That's a sensible shot, I think.
Some of the powder is still there, and when something like that happens, and it's such a silly thing to do, you realise why the world #1 Tiger does need his protection. I don't know whether it was against Tiger that they were throwing, what they were trying to protest against, but stupid and very unfair on Tiger, coming to the end of another excellent performance. He doesn't deserve that. The streaker at St Andrews, and now the powder at Royal Liverpool.
Well, he must think at the 72nd hole that's traditional in Britain.
Well, if it's a tradition, we want it ended.
Yeah, true.
There are some traditions well worth keeping, but that's certainly
I was
not
only
one of-
joking.
I know you were. I know you were.
Now, what do you take, a putter? He could take 3 putts for the first time today and still win. But he want 2 putts, and he want to win by 3.
Well, I could take 4 and win, really.
Yeah, but he won't.
He's had some majestic approach putting, actually. He could get the Bob Charles Award, I think.
Certainly good today. And come up short.
Oh, that's all right. No problems at all there for Tiger. He knows exactly what the situation is. We thought there might have been a Tiger hunt today. Apart from Chris DiMarco, it didn't really materialise. And he never got going. Jim Furyk didn't putt as well today as he did earlier in the week. Hideto Tanihara didn't really do anything after his double bogey at the short 6th. Garcia was not in the form of yesterday. Angel Cabrera had an early 7. And Tiger was just played on royally. Go,
Yeah.
Tiger, go. That's fair enough, and that young lad is absolutely delighted, because believe me, Tiger is such an inspiration to so many young people. Mrs. Woods can't even see. They should let her stand in the front, wouldn't you think?
She'll be in the front soon enough.
That big fellow standing right in front of her there, but maybe protecting her.
She and her sister used to be nanny for Jesper Parley.
Who very nearly got into this championship. He was the next reserve and didn't quite make it. If anybody else had pulled out of this year's championship, he was going to be in, but sadly it didn't happen for him. Well, can we have a dramatic finish from Garcia? Can he roll this one in for a birdie? No indication really that he's going to do that, but he has had a couple of birdies and an eagle on this back 9. Not the way he put it on the way out, anyway. Still a par at the end for Garcia. And for Garcia this week, Steve, 68, 71, 65 yesterday. His best round in the Open. Best round of the day, equaling the course record. But today, sadly, when he had a chance of taking his first major, a round of 73, and it all happened wrongly for him on the outward half, which he covered in 39 against the par of 35. One man left to finish. The man whose name is going to go on the claret jug for the 3rd time. Tiger Woods. Yeah, there, watching, and you remember watching Tiger Woods winning?
Well, this putt to win by 3 is for a 66. It's in. Oh no.
It bobbled just that little bit, didn't it, as it left the club. 67 to finish for Tiger Woods.
Yeah, and now the relief.
67, 65, 71, 67, 18 under par. Tiger Woods is the 135th Open champion. He is the champion golfer of the year. And there's emotion there because I'm sure he's thinking of his father and how much his father would have loved to have been here and see him winning in this way. His father who died earlier this year, his father who was such an influence on Tiger. Remember, Tiger was putting with Bob Hope at the age of 2. At 14 he was winning the Junior World International Championship for the 5th time. But this one is definitely for his late father.
The prize presentation will take place in approximately 5 minutes' time here on the 18th green. We hope that you will stay in your seats to welcome our
The human side of Tiger Woods. He's been under pressure today. He's come through brilliantly, and now the emotion comes out.
Well, I've seen him emotional when he's won before, but I've never seen him quite as emotional as this.
Well, you admire him even more.
Oh, you do.
Hank Haney, who was his coach, Classen, and says, well done, that's a major win number 11. But on this occasion, I don't see his mother, who's usually in the crowd. But what a performance by him, and what a relief at the end of the day to win. It's been a triumphant return to Hoylake for Tiger Woods, and indeed for all of us.
39 years since the last Open Championship here. It won't be 39 years before the next.
You can't help but be more and more impressed at what this man can achieve in golf. He stayed cool while others were certainly not doing what they hoped to do, and the engraver has only 5 minutes to go to get that name finished. And well, she looks more like a usherette, that security girl.
Very brave girl. That's the BBC you're stopping, my love.
She's been on TV, and I tell you this, her mum saw her.
She might be on again on Crime Watch. But I think
it's been a well-run tournament, this, and Gary Harvey, a former British boy champion, has it all done. Well done, Gary. No problems at all for the engraving expert. The claret jug, the greatest trophy in golf, ready to be presented to, well, the man who may, in due course, end up as the greatest golfer of all time. Jack Nicklaus still holds that record, and who knows what Tiger Woods is going to achieve over the next few years, but another great victory for him. And a word too for Marius Torp, who won the silver medal here. There it is. Well, he's just gone across, but there it is. Tiger Woods. They do put the full name on.
Well, I think it's quite important, quite nice for Tiger that he's got a couple of minutes just in the recorder's hut, just to put himself together, to calm down, and then he'll be interviewed by I think, Gary Lineker, and will be handed over the hot claret jug. So there they are, all the scores on all the players. Ogilvy, Lonard, indeed Robert Allenby, and fine opens, but it wasn't quite good enough. You'd have had to be on your best form to beat Tiger Woods this week.
Just a funny little story about Ben Crane. He was on the clock for, I think maybe 5 times this week. One of his excuses for being slow was that he was being told a joke by one of his playing partners, and it was so funny he couldn't carry on because he was laughing so much. I would have to say that John Paramore, the chief referee, said the appeal is dismissed.
Did he tell John Paramore the joke though?
Did he later? No, I don't think he did.
No.
He said it was a quite inappropriate joke, and John Paramore said to me, all I want to know is what the joke was.
Yeah, yeah.
We're going down the pages and you'll see where your own favourite finished.
Eduardo Molinari didn't get the silver medal. There only one, and that went to the leading amateur, as Renton was telling you. Todd Hamilton, former winner of the Open Championship. And there is a Paul Casey.
Yeah, 71st day, Paul Casey, after his 77 today. Somewhat disappointing, but they're right at the top of the leaderboard in an Open Championship for the 3rd time is Tiger Woods. He's only 30. When you consider that he's got, let's say, another 12 years of playing majors, there's 48 possible majors for him to play in. One would have to say that the odds are now on, if he maintains this kind of form, that he'll beat Jack Nicklaus's record. He had 2 putts well, he had 3 putts actually to win from here on the final day. It bubbled a bit there, and it just stopped it going in because it was going to drop. Yeah. And just a tap in to win his 3rd Open.
And then the release of all that emotion.
He works so hard, he prepares so hard. It was a wonderful performance by Tiger Woods. And suddenly the thought that his father wasn't here to see it hit him. Great shot. Absolutely wonderful. What a return of the Open Championship to this venue. Hoylake won't forget Tiger Woods' victory. The 3rd American to win here, Walter Hagen. Bobby Jones won here in his Grand Slam year. He won at St Andrews, he won at Hoylake, he won at Interlaken, and then he also won at Merion to complete the Slam, and then retired. There's no question of Tiger Woods retiring, by the way, because he's won a 3rd Open. He's chasing as many majors as he can make, and certainly looking for 19 just to get ahead of Jack Nicklaus. Plenty to aim for in the future for Tiger Woods. The presentation will be taking place very quickly. They don't waste time. The spectators around the green get the opportunity to see that as well. No time is wasted. It's been a great week. The weather's been good. It blew today for really the first time. There wasn't much wind the first 3 days, but the sun shone. The storm that came through on Thursday night came through the night and didn't really disrupt play. Or was it Wednesday night it came through? But all in all, the Royal Liverpool Golf Club can be very happy with the way this championship was organised and the way that it has finished. Well played, Tiger. See you at Carnoustie in 2007. That's where we are next, and he's played Carnoustie and he likes Carnoustie. Another great golf course, just another of the great championship courses that this the oldest of the 4 majors is played on a rota which enables them to play at St Andrews every 5 years and at the other courses on the rota every 10 years. So we won't be back at Hoylake before 2016. Steve, will you be here?
You never know. You never know. If they ask me, and if I'm able, I'd love to be here.
The Union flag, is it called the Union flag? The Stars and Stripes?
Stars and Stripes.
Stars and Stripes flying briskly in the wind. That's really the most wind we've had all week as the table is prepared, and the captain of Royal Liverpool Golf Club, Andrew Cross, will be presenting the trophy to Tiger Woods. That's as per custom. And Peter Dawson, the executive director, the secretary of the Royal and Ancient Golf Club of St Andrews, will announce the winners, and the silver medal will also be handed over to Marius Torp from Norway.
And the RNA have a wonderful simplicity in their presentation. It's all about Tiger.
Oh, what a week it's been for Tiger. From the moment he stepped onto the tee on the first day, he was playing with Nick Faldo, of course. There was a bit of newspaper drama about that. Would they get on? They didn't like each other. Well, whether they did or whether they didn't,
I think
it all
that
went
was
all right.
They normally have a Faldo story in the build up to an Open. Do you remember when he was in his pop? Every Sunday paper before the Open had a Faldo story. I think it was more an old tradition.
Yeah. And then of course, he bowled a second shot at the 14th. That was an indication that perhaps this was going to be his week. He couldn't see it go in the hole. He missed that because it was a blind shot. But that at the 14th on the second day.
That was when, you know, the Open Championship took a notch up. Tiger up the odds.
Just waiting for the presentation ceremony. And just a reminder that he has finished this week. Let's hear from Tiger Woods.
Tiger, congratulations. This clearly meant so much to you. Can you describe your emotions to us as that final putt was knocked in?
Well, it's, you know, Stevie said out in the fairway, you know, this one's for Dad, and Stevie said out in the fairway, you know, this one's for Dad, and yeah, well, I still got some more golf to play, and once I finished out the hole, all these emotions just came pouring out of me, and I guess they've been locked in there, and for some reason it just came pouring out, and you know, I miss my dad so much, and I wish he could have been here to, you know, to witness this, because he thoroughly enjoyed watching me grind out in major championships, and he just enjoyed watching me, the excitement level that I had about playing major championships, and it would have brought a smile to his face.
Were you thinking about him during the round at all, or did you manage to switch that out of your mind altogether?
You know, I never thought about it. I had so much other things to think about, and placement, and Chris moving up the board, and Ernie early. I was just trying to just put my golf ball around this golf course, and you know, so no, I never really thought about it until coming up 18.
You had a strategy all week. You used a lot of irons, hardly used your driver at all, and it paid off. You must be delighted with the way the plan worked out.
Well, I thought, you know, this golf course lent itself to, you know, that type of play. You know, for me, if I hit driver, you know, my natural flight has now come down a little bit. So I figured if my ball lands in the fairway, I really couldn't control my ball on the ground. It would have been going too far. You know, in a couple of the practice rounds, I was hitting 400-yard drives. I mean, you can't control that. And I just felt that it was important to be in the fairway to be able to control my spin into these greens and accept 40 and 50 footers. And I did that. I felt my putting was pretty good coming in this week. I putted really well at the Western in the last 3 rounds, and just trust my pace. And my pace has been good all week.
It certainly has, Tiger. You've now equalled Jack Nicklaus's amount of Open Championships that he won. We congratulate you very much. You're a great champion. In fact, it's been a great championship.
Really good. Good to hear from Tiger Woods there, and as we thought, it was the thought that his father wasn't here to see this victory that affected him just at the end. But there's the trophy, and there's going to be a presentation before the claret jug is handed over to the man who's following Peter Dawson there, and that's Peter Thomson, the man who was here 50 years ago and won this championship. Still looks as sprightly as ever. Comes from Melbourne, the Melbourne Tiger. He was another Tiger.
Yeah,
the Melbourne Tiger, Peter Thomson.
And of course, you had him in the box with you.
That's right. We spoke
Friday.
to the Melbourne Tiger.
He was most impressive. Anyway, Peter Dawson conducting the prize presentation.
Let's go straight to the presentation then, and hear what has now become the traditional situation at the end of the Open, the announcement of the champion golfer of the year. Quite know what's holding things up. Maybe Tiger isn't there yet. Did you see Tiger?
No,
I don't
he's
think
not
he
there
was
yet.
there. I don't think he's there. Probably in about a minute and a half. Everything has worked like clockwork this week. And here comes the winner. His manager is caddy, his wife with him there. And what a moment for him. This was the Open he won for his father, who was such an inspiration to him when he was alive. Throughout his life, his father encouraged him. Quite a long walk actually to the presentation, but he's nearly there. And listen to the cheer when he walks through, and the public in the stands see him. And they stand up to the man who has won his third Open, his 11th major. They stand to Tiger Woods. What a partnership that's been, Woods and Steve Williams, Steve.
Yeah. Anyway, Peter Dawson.
Ladies and gentlemen, Martin Kippax, Chairman of the R&A Championship Committee.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the presentation ceremony for the 135th Open Championship. Before we begin, we have a special anniversary to celebrate. 50 years ago, here at Hoylake, a young Australian won the third of his historic 5 Open Championships. It is a privilege that he's with us this afternoon, and would you please join me in welcoming Peter Thomson. This year is also special as the Open returns to Hoylake after 39 years. The course has proved a true test for the finest players in the world, and I must pay tribute to Craig Gilhome and his team, who are responsible for the splendid condition of the course. "230,000 golf enthusiasts have visited Hoylake this year, an English record for the championship. The appreciation and conduct of Open Championship spectators is envied throughout the world. Thank you all for coming. Thanks are due to people too numerous to mention today, but I must thank the members and staff of Royal Liverpool Golf Club for their unflagging enthusiasm and support for the return of the Open. Ladies and gentlemen, the Open is about excellent golf and the finest players in the world. We have had plenty of both. I will now ask Peter Dawson to announce the prize winners and the captain of Royal Liverpool Golf Club, Andrew Cross, to present the prizes.
The leading amateur and winner of the silver medal from Norway is Marius Thorpe. Runner-up and winner of the silver salver is Chris DiMarco.
An emotional moment too for Chris DiMarco, of course, whose mother died earlier this year. That was his father you saw just a moment or two ago.
And with a score of 270, the winner of the gold medal and the champion golfer of the year is Tiger Woods.
Andrew Cross, the captain of the Royal Liverpool Golf Club, handing over the claret jug, as is the custom, to the winner. And this year is the world #1, Tiger Woods, who takes the trophy.
Thank you. Wow. I guess where do I begin? This has been a fantastic week for all of us players to play a golf course like this. I know we haven't been here in quite some time, but to come here and have the golf course in such fantastic condition and where you have to think and shape shots and be creative, I think all of us, all the players would like to thank the staff here for presenting just one of the greatest championships ever staged. Well, I guess today was a very long day for us. It was a day of patience with the wind blowing like this and the golf course this fast. Chris has played what a magnificent round of golf today. I know that everyone sends their best to you and your entire family for what you're going through right now. And I guess walking on the last hole here, I got a chance to enjoy this one a little bit, and then after my last putt, I realized that my dad's never going to see this again, and I wish he could have seen this one last time. I tried at Augusta and it didn't happen, but he was out there today keeping me calm. I had a very calm feeling the entire week, and especially today. Today was my, I would have to say, my best ball striking day of the entire week, as well as my feel in the greens. So certainly I was thinking about hopefully one day having a chance to say that I love my dad and I miss him very much. Well, I know it hadn't been. I want to thank a few people for making this so special. My mom at home watching on TV, I know she's, I'm sure, bawling. My wife, Elin, her entire family, Keith, Hank, Steiny, and everybody at home for helping me and my entire family transition, and it's been very interesting, and certainly I think that everyone goes through it at some point in time, but without these people, there's no way I could ever have accomplished what I was able to accomplish today and this entire week, and I wouldn't be here. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
A marvellous speech by Tiger Woods, an emotional Tiger Woods at the end of this championship, thanking all his staff. Mark Steinberg was Steiny, that's his manager, his wife, his coach Hank Haney, and a perfect end to what has been a perfect championship. One's admiration of Tiger Woods just goes up and up and up. Nothing but admiration, Steve, for Tiger Woods and his performance here this week.
No, if you look back on the performance, he was on this very green on Thursday when he was on the fringes, in the pack, if you like, and he holed for an eagle, and the whole tournament went up, and you knew Tiger Woods was in with a chance, and he proved that with a 65 on Friday, and a most controlled performance at the weekend.
Tiger showing the trophy to the crowds. Hugely popular, and a wonderful tribute to the Royal and Ancient Golf Club of St Andrews for the way they set up the golf course and for the way the championship was run. One thing that the R&A always try to do is make sure that even though the course may be difficult and testing, that it may make you think, you may have to manufacture shots, you may have to stay patient, you still must ensure that you're having fun. And it may not always have been fun for some of the players here this week, but it's certainly fun for Tiger now as he looks at his name on the trophy for the third time. Stuart McDougall, the media officer, taking him away to the press centre. The interviews will go on for some time now, but the 135th Open Golf Championship has come to an end with a worthy winner. The course over the years has produced worthy winners. The 11th winner at Hoylake is the world #1 Tiger Woods. Just savouring the moment, really. There have been some surprise winners of the trophy in recent years, but no surprise, the performance by Tiger Woods this week was majestic.
Well, Peter Dawson could have said the champion golfer is the best golfer of the year, because that's what Tiger Woods is.
67, 65, 71, 67. During the week, he dropped one shot on day one, another on day two. He did drop three on day three. He dropped four on day three, but only one shot dropped today. Now the photographers have their chance to take the photographs that will appear all around the world tomorrow. Millions of golfers have been watching this telecast throughout the last 4 days. And even if it's the middle of night somewhere where you're watching, I'm sure very few went to bed early. They waited to see another Tiger triumph.
Back round here, Tiger.
He seldom loses when he's in the lead at halfway. He seldom loses when he's in the lead at 54 hole. At 54 holes, and he didn't lose today.
Brenton, it's been a pleasure.
Well, it's been a great week here at Hoylake. Everybody has enjoyed the sunshine and the competition, and we're all set for it in a year's time at Carnoustie, the golf course where Ben Hogan came in 1953 and took the title.